Hello? Can you guys
Hello?
are we running? Can you guys Sorry if there's an echo. Um should be good. I think I'm just gonna take a sec to try and push this stream. Sorry for everyone who's watching the VOD. Um it'll be a bit boring for a sec. Let you see. Look, this is how I ping the Discord server. Everyone live now. And then you put a smiley face so that if they get mad at you for pinging them, it's like, why are you even mad? I'm smiling. But yeah, how's everyone feeling in the chat? I'm ready to. Yo, what's up? I got my coffee here, caffeinated and vaccinated. I'm ready to spill the beans, spill the sauce, and tell everyone about how I made music. And hopefully it'll help. Yeah, hello, hey JW Productions. Hey Parcivil, hey Spiffy Timmy. Yeah, everyone's doing good, I guess. Feeling okay, Spiffy Timmy says. That's really good. We're here to feel good. We're here to learn, and we're here to have fun. Sorry, you're just seeing like the stream page. Okay. Like last thing, I just gotta let my Twitter followers know, and then I think let's just get into it. We got a lot to see here with the album. If anyone has any questions, feel free to ask. I'd love to answer any questions. Come learn with us. Yeah. Hi, Krem. I'm popping. This chat's popping out for me to see where I need it. Okay. Cool. Seems like all. It's been a while since I've live streamed. I apologize. If I'm a little rusty. But I'm very happy to be here. I like purple. That's good. I'm a big fan of purple too. Which track took the longest? I kind of finished a lot of them at the same time because like how it works is I'm kind of just working on each song, like pretty much like tweaking at it for like a year, and then at some point I just gotta like say, okay, these are all done. I gotta like ship them into an album and put them out. But I guess the song that definitely took the most, Ecotone, took a while because that's a song that goes all over the place and I had to tweak it a bit. But also Aloe Vera, that one completely changed from the like. Yeah, thank you for the hearts. That's really sweet. Wow, I get to see little cute animated red hearts. But yeah, Aloe Vera, we're gonna get into. You're gonna hear some demos here because I got demos on this album. But yeah, okay, enough yapping. Let's just get into it. So the idea behind how this song, I'll just play it a bit. This is called Hello Lolo, and it's the opening track. Open your mind. I wanted to start with a little tongue-in-cheek thing. Hello, da boss in chat. What's going on? So basically, the idea behind this one is kind of just I wanted to have melodies that went all over the place and kind of disregarded the grid or whatever. Like, I wanted it to almost feel like sort of a collection of random phrases, like spammed a ton. And I think I achieved that. It's all in like the F sharp pentatonic scale, I think. I think that's what it would be. It's just all the black notes on the piano. If you're gonna, pretty much the way I wrote for this was just like, you know, it's literally just clicking around on the piano roll, and you know, we could do something here like it sounds good already. Like, you make them a little staccato. Yeah, so like that simple shit. I love making it easy. I think art should be easy because I'm a lazy bitch. Oh, hell yeah, expression for the hell of it. Whatever feels right. Yeah, exactly. I love that sound design, makes me feel happy. Thank you. That I worked really hard to make the sound design on this album pop. I made like a couple sound design packs or whatever, just like of samples or whatever. Like, they sound like this. Just a lot of watery things. I'm sure you guys, if you heard this album, you're tired of the sound of water or whatever, but it's mostly just that. It's lots of crazy sound design. If anyone wants this sample pack, by the way, you're welcome to have it. Just like message me. Oh wow, holy plart. Just like me for real. This might be a Locust World live stream. Joke here. Hi, it's Oscar. Locust World live stream. Yeah, it's that. To be honest, I think it's a fabrication that art should make you suffer to make a lot of times it's better. Yeah, exactly. I like to work just really, you know, when I sit down at the computer, it barely ever feels like I'm working. It just feels like it's sort of pouring out of me. And then like I go to bed that day and it's like, oh, cool. There's a song on my computer now, just because I kind of grinded away at it for a bit. Like, art is the best thing ever. Ever. Okay, so yeah, the piano. I've never broken down anything before. I'm realizing this now. And I really hate how FL Studio routes things, but yeah, the piano, pretty basic, like nothing crazy on it, just a bit of reverb. And then I lined up all these drum sounds with different piano hits or whatever. So I did the piano first, and then I did all this percussion, which this is some like OTT feedback or something, just on some sort of noise. This is this. Okay, we should get some order to this. I'm sorry. To go against the flow of your brain is to prevent art. You've worked hard enough as a kid to figure out. Yeah, exactly. I love that you can just, like, if you get really good at something as a kid, it's kind of like a cheat code, because it's like you were barely even a person yet, like when you're a kid. Like, people who like did gymnastics as kids, it's crazy, because it's like now you can just do a backflip or whatever. And that's not to discredit the work that kids put into stuff. I don't know, it just sort of feels like I spawned with these skills because I have been making cartoons since I was little. I haven't like opened these tracks in a bit, so yeah, it's a piano, and then I layered it with, this is just some bass. So I think there's a sub bass. Yeah, so there's like a sub bass, and then there's like a picked bass that's got a little more tone. So that's just for like certain hits, and then I think that's a higher up piano to make it more twinkly, and then super saws. So altogether it sounds like this. Except wait, the super saws, they only come in later. So that's the super saws coming in. I learned Serum for this project. I didn't really have Serum before, and a goal of this album was to get good at sound design, and I think it paid off. You know, I was focusing a lot less on songwriting and more on like the production side of things, and I think next album I want to do more songwriting. But yeah, I think to have these little things stand out more, I layered them with this. That was a lot of the production on here. I did a lot of layering with all the sounds, little drum breaks. Even these I wanted to have like texture and stuff, so I think, yeah. A trick I used a lot is if you put a vibrato on, or just like a pitch modulation, and then you like modulate it by noise or whatever, it just turns anything into water. Like you can just make anything a little crumbly and crusty and watery with this. Like let's turn it up all the way and hear it. I really like the sound of that. It kind of reminds me of like a radio that's losing signal or whatever. Really subtle in the background there, you don't even know. But yeah, and then this is just like an underscores sound that I stole that shit. That's from some like sample pack that someone made from the stems of underscores. So originally this track was going to be instrumental or whatever, and I added the vocals pretty late in. And one thing I do when I'm songwriting or whatever is I use the Fruity Notebook. I don't like writing lyrics anywhere else. I like writing them in the Fruity Notebook. It's just the most convenient for me. The lyrics of this song, I guess, I wanted them to be like setting up the world, the Locust world or whatever. And I think a lot of this album takes place at night. Night is important to this album. So I wanted to have the like sunset. And I also wanted to sort of capture that digital element because it's an electronic album. Like I love nature, but I think this album is about viewing nature through an electronic lens. And so that's the volumetric light rays. Because I was thinking like volumetrics in like rendering, 3D rendering. And then I thought I like to write pretty visually. And I thought, like, what if light rays were silhouetted? Like, how does that work? Like black light or something? I don't know. Just let your mind chew on that. I like to be a little crazy. And then we'll make sure that part of you will live on in this place. I don't know. I don't fully know what the Locust world represents, really, to me. It's a tough place, definitely. I don't think it's great. But yeah, I guess it's sort of got a purgatory vibe to it in my mind. And I think this ties into that. Honestly, I need to get heavy back into music. I just remembered those Imogen Heap gloves are a thing, and I really want to get them. I don't know those. What are those gloves? Loved how happy and complete the album sounded. Listening to it mining in Minecraft, 10 out of 10 experience. That's fucking awesome. I'm so glad you got that out of it. Yeah, I listened to it back while playing Minecraft parkour and doing Mario Kart. Yeah. I'm so glad that you played Minecraft while listening to the music. I love that game. And yeah, thank you for deconstructing it layer by layer in my head a lot when listening to music. Wait. I do it in my head a lot when listening to, and it's really satisfying to hear it piece by piece. Thank you. That's really sweet. I also do that, and I think it's bad for me. I think I really hate listening to music because I hone in too much on it. I don't know. It's cool though. Like once you get into production, you can't change your brain. I mean, our bodies are just flesh electronics. It's natural to get techie. yeah, that's pretty cool. Another thing throughout this album, Deltarune comes up quite a lot, just because I was like hyperfixating on it for a while. And like a theme on the album is escapism or whatever through media, and so Deltarune ties into that, and so I use these like bird sounds from it a lot. Sometime after hours in the woods, volumetric light rays delicate and full. So something I do a little, which I picked up from underscores, is to like add a bit of emphasis to certain words or whatever. You can like, I think I just bounced it out here, but just like rendering, having like one word echo on for a bit is, I think, just effective at, I don't know, it's a cool effect. I don't know what to say, but I do that a lot. Delicate and full, silhouetted over pink and orange. And then, sorry, love that effect on the voice. I feel that way sometimes, like it's hard not to pick apart each individual piece of music instead of listening to, yeah, exactly. Yeah, you're spot on the money with that one. I do want to be able to listen to stuff as a full piece. This effect on the vocals is one of my favorites ever. It is a free auto-tune that I use a fuck ton because I think it's got a brilliant tone to it. It's called Kiro V. And I'm pretty sure this is what Katie Day uses as well. If you know Katie Day, she's really worth checking out. She was a massive inspiration behind this album, but it adds this like phlegmy texture to vocals a lot of the time and can make them sound very like robot-y. I don't know, I like it, and they're being snapped to like MIDI here or whatever, so like with this I could in theory like play any notes at all. Like let's hear it without the MIDI. Sometime after hours in the woods, volumetric light rays delicate and full, silhouetted over pink and orange. Okay, I guess I still sang the notes for the most part, but I kind of liked the like clean snappiness that you get with the MIDI auto-tune, and if I ever wanted to like change the melody, I could just sometime after hours in the woods, volumetric light rays delicate. Like I'm just playing those notes in on my keyboard. Sometime after hours in the woods, volumetric light rays delicate and full. Would you guys still like me if I sounded like that? Leave your answers in the chat. Yeah, and then it goes back into sort of like refrain. Something I like about this song is because of how sort of random it is. It kind of feels like it's in some other time signature, but it's really just like messy. Like this section starts in the middle of a bar. I love some crunchy MIDI action. Yeah. Guys, thank you so much for being here. This is lovely. I was thinking I would be like chatting to like one person at most. I really appreciate you guys having stuff to say, and I love seeing those little red hearts. Damn, I'm the luckiest girl alive. What is this? I think I probably just layered some snares. And one thing is I learned that you kind of, when you're mixing things, you kind of have to use reverb. That was something I didn't want to do for a while. I wanted to just have it be really dry. But I think reverb is important for mixing. Not even like adding it in the mixing stage is really good, because I think you can, things still sound dry. It's just like the track has more space or whatever. I don't know. I think it's just a positive. Completely no negatives with a little reverb. Yeah. You won't be forgotten. Another thing I do a lot is, that's a really beautiful texture. that you can get just by putting this is a plugin called Crystallizer, which is like a granular delay that also pitches things. And if you put it on the master track, you can kind of just like press play anywhere and listen to like how it surrounds your head. Like that's a wild effect. It's pitching it and panning it all around. And then you can just record that, bounce it out, and use it as like a texture. So that's what's playing at the beginning here as well. Like a reversed version of that. Like, open your mind, open your mind, open your mind. Okay. Yeah, pretty much just that kind of thing. Your music is really freaking cool. Thank you. Crunchy MIDI action. Yeah, that's what it's all about, baby. I watched Austin Powers recently, so I'm picking up his mannerisms. That's just some fucking FPC, FL Studio default drums. I love these. I haven't downloaded like any real drum kits. I just use the default FL Studio stuff. I think that it's cool to do that because then anyone who uses FL is like, damn, you're just using the stock drums, huh? Like, you know, I want my music to sound like it's been made in FL Studio. Like I try to embrace the tools that I work with. Like when I draw something in MS Paint, I want it to look like it's drawn in MS Paint. When I draw something in Blender, I want it to look like Blender. Like, I think there's not a lot of use in trying to pretend that like you're making something that you aren't. Like, or you can do whatever. But a goal with this was make it sound like FL Studio, and that's a pretty abstract thing because FL Studio can sound like anything. But yeah, I just like to use default drums where I can. Okay, I feel like we're reaching the end of this. I'm sorry that I'm not going through it like completely track by track. There's not a ton here. It's a pretty simple one overall. A lot of just like effects and stuff. One thing throughout the album as well is there's this plugin that can sort of make things sound like a low bitrate MP3, sort of, but that is like for this bit. And it adds a lot of really interesting harmonics, like it makes things sound crazy watery, and that's just from like lowering the resolution of the audio or whatever. And that was something I'm really interested in, where it's like you would think when you lower the bitrate of something it would sound more like digital, like bit crushed or whatever, and that is a form of compression that was used or whatever, but this is like, that's just beautiful to me. Like that's so sparkly, and a big inspiration behind this was, I don't know if anyone of you know Chimera. There's Chimera and Holly Waxwing, these two. I don't know. They're a whole rabbit hole to go down. I would really recommend checking them out if you like my stuff. If you're scribbling with crayons, work with the crayon look. It's fun to work with stuff you're using. Yeah, exactly. It's like, that's the thing. It's like, I think when people work in watercolor, they're always embracing the watercolor look. That's like one medium where people have like caught on to the fact that like embracing the artifacts of the medium that you work in is boss behavior. That's, people know with that one, and they're gonna learn with the rest. And people already kind of know I'm not the first one to catch on to it. I learned from people that I like. Yeah. So like, these are more just like sort of bounced out things that I did with the track, like with like low resolution MP3 stuff. And then I think that's like that song that goes, into my arms, oh Lord, into my arms, oh Lord. I haven't warmed up my voice. I don't know. I'm having fun just looking through this. This is water. A little bit of water. made these. That's good. That's a good sound. So like, yeah. Cool. I got this big ass sample pack that's just a ton of like 90s CDs, sample CDs, like. And these are going to be things that, like, most of the time when I'm using samples, I like to draw from there because I think it brings a unique timbre to my work to, like, sort of mix all these sort of, like, newer sounds, like dubsteppy, glassy things with things that are sort of older and warmer and more wooden. I don't know. This album, I was really thinking about, like, the sonic timbre of it all or whatever. That was my main focus here, is creating like a sort of auditorily cohesive piece. It's really hard to get songs to like match the same volume level between songs. Like on Roller Coaster Starbeam, they all kind of had like different mixes or whatever, but I think on this one, listening is a lot easier and stuff flows better. I love that long sound, holy hell. Hell yeah. It's fun to feel the music. It's fun to feel the music and the medium, not just the song. Yeah. So let's open up Wipeout. This is like one of the singles off the album. And this project file doesn't contain vocals because for a lot of these songs, the project files are so fucking complex and like bloated and unorganized that I had to just record vocals in a separate project file. I'm really like frustrated with how I think FL Studio routing channels really sucks. I gotta like learn this software better because I feel like I'm doing something wrong, where mixing is a nightmare. Having to like manually route all these channels. It's like, just make the computer do it. I don't know. You guys don't care. I'm just talking while we wait for the song to load up. That's another thing. Things take a while when you're loading up different songs. Okay. This is Wipeout, featuring my good friend Flying Squid. I heart you, Squid. So it starts out with more of that low MP3 stuff. And then, as you can see, it's slowly being like reduced so that more of the sound comes through. And then this is where it's like I wanted to like really hype that shit up. Like, it's like, okay, we heard the intro track, but now it's like the album is starting. Like, get on the fucking dance floor. So with this section here, I think I was thinking pretty heavily about like Porter Robinson Nurture, Jane Remover stuff, like having this big drum break thing. And then this is like some synth. Let me open up the actual thing. It's a Spire preset. I use Spire all the time. I didn't buy it. I found it. I really liked how this one kind of resembles a voice or whatever, like kind of like a dog. And then I have this like, let me just hear how it sounds. Don't wipe out on me, 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 don't wipe out on me. That's embarrassing, but luckily I just had to sort of say that. I had to say the words so that the computer knew the words to the sounds to. It's a vocoder is what this is. Wait, fuck. Where? Sorry, bear with me. So yeah, it's like Don't Wipe Out on Me. Low-key Mario Paint vibes on that sound. I don't know which sound you're referring to, but I love Mario Paint. I got... Where? Where? There. I use this a little sometimes. And then some Umaru stuff. I tried to use less Umaru stuff on this project. That's Umaru shit all over Roller Coaster Starbeam. I'm sorry if this is a little aimless. But yeah, that's the intro. It's got this bass part. Yerp. It's nice to... I feel like when you're making really maximalist music, you want to do a bunch of different rhythms at once. Like, that's my instinct, at least. But it's probably not a good idea, because when people are dancing, they want to have one thing that they latch onto or whatever. So I caved and I made the bass just match up with the rhythm of the chords, and I think it benefited from that. Yeah. So then from there we go into the, I guess it's the verse. I obviously wanted bubbles on this song. I wanted it to be very bubbly. One thing that I do all the time is, if you want to make a snare more interesting, you just like have a normal ass snare there. Like this is like cymatics. I use fucking cymatics, like hip hop, the most basic hip hop pack. It's just that. It's like a snare with something like raising a peak there or something. Like I could have probably made it sharper for a more interesting sound. That's another good tip, is usually snares, it's nice for them to have a little resonance in some part of them, just because it adds a bit of character. Like, you can literally just drag up a little peak anywhere and it's... I don't know. I missed that opportunity though. I think I just wanted it to be a little beefier, so I just kind of pinched a nip and pulled on it. Ew, sorry about that. But yeah, this is like the most easy. If you want to make a bubble, I'm sure plenty of people here know how to make a bubble. It's literally just like a... It's just like a raising pitch, right? Raising pitch or whatever, like. And then I add this little delay to it, and that kind of like it shifts the pitch around or whatever, because it's got this modulation down here. Fruity Delay 3, people, you gotta use that. That's like the best thing for sound design if you want to first get into it, because like you get that's how you make water. You just go like, look at that. I was doing nothing there, and I'm the next god. God made water sounds before anyone. Bubbles are happy noises. Yeah. I'm B jump up. We jump up to bubbles. Something about the bubbles make my heart happy. I'm so glad people like the bubbles. There are definitely some like moments on the album where like the sound design like portions are probably a little too loud, just because I was a little too proud and I wanted them to be front and center. But live and let learn. These kicks, they're an Umaru kick, and then I layered it. I layered it with... Wait, I usually put like effects on the master and that. I layered it with... This is like some big ass kick that I think I distorted a ton, and then I removed all the lows so that it was just the crunchy high end, so that I could layer it with this, and it sounds like a big stomp. Like, listen. This is without the high end. Yeah, okay, that's a... you know, that's a kick. And then this, that sounds like a clap. But you layer them together, and ain't that the biggest thing you ever heard? I'm really happy with how these kicks sound. Another thing I like to do is just some like room claps or whatever, layer that with the snare and it makes it a little bigger. Okay, so as you can also tell, I love to do drums just in the audio, like not in MIDI. I think it's you have a lot more opportunities to do fun little fills. And I tried to do like an interesting kick rhythm with this, and I think I could have probably made it a little simpler. A lot of the time I gotta roll stuff back because I think it alienates people, but that's one thing I also love doing. I love reverse percussion, like a I think it really makes it groovy. It's like it keeps the beat thumping. Like that's not even thumping, that's pumping. Like it's going in and out, it's pulling you in and out, like woo, woo, woo. Oh, this is like some My Little Pony musician that I guess I chopped up. I didn't even know that was in there. If I... Okay. Remix. Yeah. That's Aviators. I found you or whatever. Let's get back here though. These are the like scratch vocals, like the... Yeah, okay. So that's before I do the lyrics. I kind of just freestyle with nonsense words into the microphone to get the rhythms, and then yeah, like, this is what you wanted. I just went and got it. You could be the a lot less impressive. If I were to sing that on the stage, everyone would boo me. So I put actual words down and sang them at the correct volume. Okay, more like layering. Sorry if any of this stuff hurts your ears, by the way. I think I realized that in music, if you don't want everything to sound crazy muffled, you gotta make it so that like elements on their own hurt your ears. Like stuff kind of has to sound too harsh. Maybe that's a bad tip. Maybe I'm gonna give everyone tinnitus. I'm definitely gonna give myself tinnitus. But what are you gonna do? And then layering a big cymbal with the chords. That's like a classic thing. They do that in rock and roll, I bet. I kind of kept them more normal because I want to drive home that rhythm of duh, 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 duh. Because once again, too many competing rhythms and it gets too hard for ears. That's more just default FPC drums that are keeping it going. Like those are, I just have the cymbals there or whatever. I love the sound of fake live drums or whatever, not real live drums, like not a drum machine, but sort of, you know, I love how the FL Studio drum kits sound. It's like they've got a really unique timbre, and I think you can get the best of both worlds if you layer them with like electronic big beefy drums like this. Like, let's hear all the drums together properly now. I didn't realize that there were cymbals and stuff. Okay, nothing too crazy. Then this is like the bridge section or whatever. I don't know. The structure is kind of sorry, excuse me. I'm caffeinated and vaccinated, am I right? Let's beat COVID-19. Hi, Casey. Thank you for saying fire, Spiffy Timmy.
When you want it up for me, wanna go there too. Ooh. When just for me, wanna go there too. Ooh.
So that's scratch vocals or whatever. And if you stick around for a bit, you're gonna hear the demo of this song, which sounds completely different. I meant to play it before this, but we'll play it afterwards. So this is a nice synth that I feel is like bridges the gap between like a percussive element and a tonal element. Like it's got both, and it's just like an ARP or whatever. Like you could make some fire modular synth music with this sound, and it's just a Serum preset. I don't want to make my own sounds all the time, but yeah, that layered with all the drums and stuff, and it's got these pops that I've made way too loud in the final mix. These are just from like Kid Picks or whatever. I got a big folder full of Kid Picks samples and Tux Paint samples. Bubbles. And then down here are my Tux Paint samples that I pull from all the time. Fucking classic. Meh meh meh. Yeah, Tux Paint is fire. I got like running water ambience, which it's running through a frequency shifter, which I barely ever use these anymore, but that makes the water sound even more watery, and then it's got a bunch of auto pans and stuff. Really ASMR-esque, I guess, the way it's got that stereo. And then this. I don't know what this is. Yeah, so I wanted to make this section sound smaller, so all of the synths are kind of made up of like sine wave type sounds, like I'm really happy with the sort of swing, the like bounce in this part. Yeah. More of those live drums, fake live drums, lots of bubbles, and then this part, it kind of happened by mistake, but it was like a happy accident where it's like, I think I looped it weirdly, and then I heard like the start of one of the sections, and I was like, hold on, that's fire. So I just like rendered that little clip out of just like the start of one of the sections, and I had it be like an impact for this, like. Yeah, so there's this like kind of, I think it's kind of like trance music, like psychedelic trance maybe, I don't know, but I was thinking this like the dance section. Sort of a thing I was thinking about on this album is like the idea of dance music that's made for headphones. Like I feel like dance music, you would think it's such a like social thing. Like you want to dance in the club with all your friends, but me, I listen to dance music in the headphones, and I think that's kind of interesting or whatever. Like I sort of wanted to play into that like lonely dance music that's kind of too crazy for the club. It's like you gotta listen to it in headphones. I mean, I would love to play this in the club, and I'm actually playing some of it live pretty soon in a little bar, which I'm excited for. But yeah, I was just thinking a lot about. I was very lonely making this album. I'm doing better now though. I sampled Jack Stauber on this part to sort of pay homage. Come Back Someday King. It's Carl. Like, I don't know if you guys know this song. It's like Leg Rub, Push You Up. It's pitched up or whatever. But, you know, it's this one. Yeah. So then, there's like the although they should know. I cut that up to be. I think that's like all they should do. That's how I hear it as. Doesn't really matter though. Yeah, tell me who you are, but no, you know, all that shit. And then this part here with these bubbles, I kind of based it very heavily off of. Do you guys know that song? It was like famous on like Musically or whatever, where it went like, feel it coming up my throat, guess I better wash my mouth out with soap. Now I gotta wash my mouth out with soap. I love pop music. Melanie Martinez, of course. So there's like a bubble pop section on that song. I can't play it, but yeah, because of copyright. Anyway, how's everyone feeling? I gotta sit up in my chair, take a sip of this, and let's keep it moving. So from here we go into Squid section. Tough shit. Oh my god. I think I muted his vocals. Come back for me, Squid. So yeah, all of his stuff, he gave me all of the stems separated, which I really appreciated. I think he probably mixed it a little better than me. I think I went in there too much and tried tweaking things, but I wanted it to be cohesive. I don't know. I mean, I talk so much about the mix here, but I don't think people really give a fuck about that. They're not here for that.
Tough shit. Oh my god. There's always something we all hold on to. Tough shit. Oh my god. There's always something we all hold on to.
Yeah. And then he doubles them. I'm sorry, I'm like showing Squid's naked voice here or whatever.
There's always something we all hold on to.
Yeah.
There's always something we all hold on to.
And then I did some like like backup stuff. Two.
Oh, it's got to stop being what they all hold on to now.
This section I really like the sound of. It's like I got this guitar plug-in. It's just a fake acoustic guitar, because I'm not good at real guitar. So it's this thing, this beautiful synth. I can't believe I designed that. It sounds like Stranger Things or something. So pretty. Yeah, and then I layered that with this guitar, this fake guitar. And then I brought back the that's the do 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 from the beginning. It's gorgeous. Thank you. And then, yeah, I wanted to sort of feel like, you know, sweeping ocean waves or something. So I have these shakers or whatever that I shook a little to kind of make these swells here. I think those sound really pretty and watery. And then, I don't know. Oh, this is more shakers. This is that melody.
Find your,
Where's Squid? Where's he hiding?
find yourself in a sea of all these people. Find yourself.
So yeah, there's all that, and then
People, find your
I like pitched his voice and added this extra harmony on top.
people, find yourself.
Find yourself. And I think it just makes it a little more interesting. It's not necessary. I was just tweaking.
Find yourself. Shitty means done. Shitty means over with. Shitty means with.
I added these little flourishes. Just to kind of make it tie more into the rest of the song. Like, I wanted it to feel like two separate songs inside of one song. That was the idea. But I wanted it to still be a little coherent with the whole project or whatever, so I added a little few textured things, but mostly left it to be squids. So with this, I just went in with, I think that was like a delay that I was playing with and sort of scratching. I really love hearing the flourishes you add. Thank you, Starla. Hi, that's Starla. She's part of my band, our band, Chaser's Delight. You should check us out.
And I'm praying that you take me to hell.
I'm sort of proud of hearing that harmony and adding it, because I think it sort of makes that moment pretty big. Squid fucking killed this shit, man. Like, crazy vibe that I never could have dreamed of bringing. I think it really makes for a brilliant opening track. And that's pretty much it, I think. So let's hear the demo that I made for this ages ago. Banger, what program do you use to stream? Like, add all the cool effects. This is just OBS, which is like the standard thing that everyone uses. I'll drag it in so that you can see. Hi. There's a billion of me. Whoa, that's trippy. Fuck, I messed things up for myself big time. Never mind, it's all good. That was very dramatic. So you're just gonna see all my files now. I hope I don't have anything secret. Where is it in? I always forget where like projects are saved. Is it like image line? Is it? Yeah, FL Studio project. Okay. I'm pretty sure I literally called the song underscores, which is funny. I was trying to be like her. I don't know how much of it came through. It's a lot. I actually like this version. It's definitely like smaller and weaker, but it's got a fun vibe in and of itself. It's sort of cheaper, which I kind of like. So there's the... This is something that I didn't really play that much into, like this. That extra part of the melody. Yeah, genuinely like super basic shit, but I guess I'll just play it.
Is this what you wanted? I just wanna got it. You could be the call it. I just wanna dial it. So if you like I just wanna go if I don't go no. I just wanna buy it. Maybe we could decide it. We could decide it. You could be alright there, yeah.
This is where it gets bad. Yeah, you know, kinda, I guess, sounds like Curtains, if anyone's familiar with them, SoundCloud musician. But yeah, I think it does have its own unique vibe and it's stripped back in comparison. But I think I'm glad that I went with the bigger thing. But I maybe will do something with this and have some sort of remix, because I do also like how this version sounds. It just didn't really fit the vibe I was going for with Locust World. So this is where you get to see a lot of these don't have these are like weird file names, like they're not the final name of the song. And I have my sorting system is I put a little money sign next to a track when it's done, because it feels like money finishing a track. It's like, yeah, we're making it. That's like if I barely ever organize stuff, but the money is where it is. I feel like the super loud bang at the beginning of Wipeout was a good opener track for the album, aside from the intro song. Thank you, Starla. Yeah, that's what I was going for. I wanted it to be a good opener. I had that in mind. So I'm glad you say that. That's really flattering. Caffeinated and vaccinated, everyone. Say it with me, the mantra. We're loading up Easy to Find You, which this was one of the first songs that I was making for the album, or like discovering how I wanted this album to sound. I was just playing around. No coffee, no worky. Yes. Yeah, exactly. How are all the audio levels, by the way? I hope I'm not clipping shit. I gotta look at the camera more, don't I? This is good? Like, hey chat, I'm new to streaming, I'm sorry, but I appreciate that I've had like 6 people here. Audio level's good. Starlight, you're the best. Yeah, so this is Easy to Find You. I really wish it was easier to solo stuff, but a lot of the time I have like a master. I have some like effects on the master channel that are always messing things up, so I'll just... So this is a nice synth because I think when you layer it with stuff, it adds a really interesting texture. And then kind of like a Mario 64 sounding bass or whatever. Yeah, and then I layer it with some like ambience from the night that I just got off Free Sound. This is from France, I guess. And then yeah, and then except I have this like deterioration thing, so it's like it kind of dissolves. This fucking drum kit got me through it all. C78. This is like one of the legendary drum kits that you hear in everything. For a reason. It's really good. Yeah, let's hear all these drums together. Because this was one thing I really wanted them to be all textured and stuff, and sound like you're sort of knocking over little glasses, and like fairy dust or something is like spilling out of the bottles that you're knocking over, like. Yeah, this one synth thing, I think this is way too loud in the mix. Like, I would definitely dial that back if I wasn't so used to the mix, but we learn. And then I love an orchestra hit. I'm so glad I got to finally use one. Because I'm always too afraid to just fully commit to like having orchestra hits, because it's such a big sound that like it's kind of hard to mix. It's hard to work with an orchestra hit like this. But if you're brave enough, I think it pays off. So to sort of make it feel bigger, like triumphant, I got these strings. Where do they live? Is it here? Yeah. And then, you know, just happy shit. Or pretty shit. This song's project file, it was just called Pretty or whatever. So a lot of the early audio files are just called Pretty. That was what I wanted to make, something pretty. The Locust world itself wasn't even a twinkle in my eye yet. I didn't even know about the Locust world. This is an early track. And then this is just, that's her. That's, you know, famous song. In case anyone doubted that somehow, yeah, that's Carly. Another thing you can do is if you layer snares. Layering snares is important for me, I think, or for the sound of this album. If you want to make them interesting, you just add like some Foley or something. This is also just like default FL Studio. It's in there. If any of you are using FL Studio and you're not tapped into the drums mode audio, and then you go into Foley, there's a whole world of stuff in here. It's just all these really high quality audio recordings. I don't know, this one's so cool. I don't know where this is from, some drum kit. But yeah, not much here, just I wrote some more piano. Layer that bit so that it feels bigger, and then layer it with, what's this? There we go, and then all together. Yeah, I think it sounds pretty big. And then this synth, and then the vocals on this track are also in a separate project file, but they're pretty basic. Easy to find you, I just gotta call out. I'm wondering about. Yeah. I sort of wanted it to sound like instruments are being like picked up off the floor here and like really tuning up to get ready for this big thing. So there's like, so if you just listen to like the piano and the guitar, there's so pretty. And then I think those are pretty quiet, but I think they add to like the energy building up. This music to me is like what ASMR is for ASMR people. Yeah, I mean, I think ASMR is the coolest shit ever because I really have been thinking so much about textures and everything. And the ASMR people, they've been tapped into that. Like, the textures of things rubbing against each other and all that. Like, I think a lot of my album, I really could just, like, sample ASMR artists and it would sound a lot better, but I don't want to steal from them. But, like, yeah, no, like, I appreciate that you got the ASMR vibe because let me show you this person, Holly Waxwing. They're a big inspiration and they make also very textured music that I was trying to go for their vibe. Like, wait. Yeah, so this is like ASMR music. I love how panning is used in ASMR and how it can be used in music as well. Yes, yeah, panning is really good. I'm always so afraid of panning because it's like, oh, I don't want the mix to be unbalanced. So I usually just use like an auto pan so that it's panning left and right. Like I'm always afraid to like put tracks, actually like just always have them a little to the left or always have them a little to the right. Like as you can see, I've only panned this one. But that's something I'll get more into. But yeah, no, panning is important. I'm glad you know about it, I guess. I don't know, that is very true. I'm sure that if you asked a few channels, they'd let you use your audio for music. Yeah, true. I should reach out. I don't know any ASMR people, but I would. Yeah, not much to say here. Just like a big layered thing. Like there's this part. Which is just, that's actually a bass guitar. And then I put just like an amp emulator on it. Without it, it sounds like this. Pretty nothing. And with it, yeah. And then it's that instrument with this. I think also it is quite chain remover, I feel. When you listen to this piano by itself, it's got like no source. That's like a chord progression for like a hymn that you would sing in chapel in like school. Yeah, just layer, 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 layer. And then I think this is the bass. Yeah. That's pretty much it for that part. Pretty simple section. I think it sounds a little cheap, but in a good way. I like a little cheapness. And then this part I wanted to just sort of draw from dubstep, but like in a weird way. Like I didn't want it to be like a dubstep drop. I just wanted to like have it be populated with a ton of like dubstep presets or something. Like and then there's a little bit where I say stop in the vocals. These are the scratch vocals. Let's hear them. So for all the people who thought that this section on the actual song on the album sounded awkward and weird, just be grateful you didn't get that, okay? Be grateful I put at least a little auto-tune on it. Yeah. This, I just have the formant being raised. Yeah, and then that builds into this section, which... This part, I'm really happy with how... Wait. Oh, damn, wait. I was gonna say I'm really happy with that, but I stole this. Yeah, that's just Umru. Okay, never mind then. This, originally there was like a much more aggressive drop here, like some sort of aggressive dubstep drop that used these sounds that I designed. I mean, I barely did, it's just like... So I kind of left those out, like I think if you... I actually can unmute them. But I think it's kind of, you know... They don't really add to it, they only really take away from it. What's this? Oh yeah, so this was the original drop that was in this section. It was like really terrible. It was like, it would have been something like this. Which I guess that's kind of cool, but most people, they're not in it for the atonal stuff. They want melodies, and that's fair. I like melodies, so... Yeah. So it's like building up. Yeah, so just like I added some more drum fills with the snare and everything. And then to make it feel like we're sort of getting further away, like shit's getting real, I added a little more like reverb to the snare that like builds. yeah, so that's just like a kind of obnoxious outro, I guess. Like, just like throwing a bunch of noises at the listener to kind of overwhelm, like, I don't know, you can't really latch onto a rhythm there. I think that sort of ties into the dance music made for headphones vibe. Like, that works in the headphones. If a DJ played that, the crowd would just be confused. I love that ending. It's all over the place in the best possible way. Thank you. It's sort of an homage to an earlier song of mine, which I'm forgetting the name of. I Got Pins and Way from Frenzy. Has a similar outro. But let me go into the vocals now, because we should be looking at the vocals as well. Pretty basic vocal production, but... Okay, it's been an hour, and we're 3 songs in. I feel like we're making all right time. I hope everyone's having a good time and learning. And once again, if anyone has any questions, feel free to ask. So... yeah, so just kind of mumbling. And then this is what the vocal chain looks like. So
Easy to find you, I just gotta call out.
A lot of compression. There's like an overdrive that's pretty strong, and then I turn down the wet so that it's like it just adds a bit more like fatness to the vocal, like Here's Without.
Easy to find you, I just gotta call out.
And now here it is with.
Easy to find you, I just gotta call out.
So probably not much of a difference, but it helps it cut through the mix of the song more.
Easy to find you, I just gotta call out. Moving around you and wondering about. Roll it back, pay it forth, random act to a corpse. In the time you left me alone, most became funeral homes.
So at this point in the album, I was feeling a kind of like apocalypse vibe. I was thinking it would be about like end of the world. That's sort of what Wipeout is a bit about as well. Just for a bit. I don't know, there are so many ideas going into this album, and I don't know how many of them really made it out. But, yeah, so this is like...
Roll it back, pay it forth, random act to a corpse.
I was thinking about, like, funerals and random acts of kindness. Like, in school, they were always telling you about random acts of kindness. They'd show you, like, a video of, like, a grandma someone helping a grandma across the street, and then the grandma would help a baby, and then the baby would help the fireman or something, just like paying it forward. So that was like the random act, pay it forth. Wait, roll it back, pay it forth. Random act to a corpse. Because I think like if I'm a corpse and I don't have any memories of like who I was before, I would be like, what are you doing? Why are you putting me in a box?
Corpse.
I don't know. And then
In the time you left me alone, most became funeral homes.
In the time you left me alone, malls became funeral homes. So I was thinking like, it's been a bit since the singer, has spoken to someone else. And in that time, the world has been going to shit, so everyone's dying. And so we had to convert all the malls into funeral homes. And it's these big ass fucking like malls that are funeral homes. And then I think there was actually a different verse here originally. Like, wait, what was this? Yeah, wait. It was like malls and funeral homes sold for precious stones, and you feed here. So it was malls and funeral homes sold for precious stones, buried under quartz, and you feed the worms. How'd you get so selfless? I thought that felt a little too edgy, and also was pretty awkward. Just like, I don't know. I think kind of, yeah, got rid of it. I was thinking more about like the simpler life, like, oh, moles and funeral homes, get rid of them. Let's just care about precious stones like quartz and shit, cute shiny things. That's the whole like nature vibe coming through. But I don't want to. I like the mole. I don't want to go back and just look at stones.
Don't you wanna be somewhere else? It fell into my butt in the land.
So don't you want to be somewhere else? That's the escapism thing, and like, let's get away, let's camp or something.
It fell into my butt in the land.
Fell into my boat in the land. That has something to do with the Locust world. It's like I spawned in here. I don't know, fell into my bod just felt pretty evocative. Like spawning in a game. I think there are a lot of mechanics in video games that we just kind of like, you know, we just accept them or whatever. Like in a platformer, there'll just be like an infinite sky that you can fall into. And in a game that's like just normal, like Mario, yeah, there's an infinite sky. But if you think about that like imagery just from like a storytelling perspective, it can be kind of, that's like surrealist imagery, which I like. And falling into my bod in the land is sort of like spawning in a video game. And like I was just here, and I don't know, it's like an interesting way of writing about the connection to the body. These ahs, they were very A.G. Cook, Astra King inspired. And then here's the stop again, so I have the beat cut out when I say stop. I like this harmony. Kind of weird. Kind of like a whiny baby I get on this. I like singing up high like this, but, you know, I get that it's not everyone's cup of tea, the falsetto. Trying to be like a little choir boy who got their bowls cut off. I'm really happy with this, how this bit sounds. A big part of these vocals is they've got Soothe 2 on them, which is like a dynamic EQ that kind of softens things. And I think it adds this really like nice lispy quality to vocals. I don't know, it's like I really like how this sounds. Like
I'm falling. Put it in the background, are you crazy on a moon? Keep it in the background, are you crazy? I can see the mountain.
This harmony I think is also great.
The mountain.
Yeah, put it in.
Keep it in the background, are you crazy? I can see the mountain.
That was, I guess, thinking about composition, like the background and stuff. How does composition tie into your brain? Like, what are you thinking about? I don't know.
Don't you wanna be somewhere else? Fell into my boat in the land right here. I don't wanna go.
I don't really know what the I don't want to go means. I just kind of said it. Sorry, I'm being really low energy. I gotta pick myself back up. I got all that coffee in me. But yeah, that's pretty much it for the vocals. I go... It's got like a phaser on it or something. And then after that, I say it was on the news, which is like... it's like talking about the apocalypse or whatever. Like, something happened and it was on the news. I don't know. A lot of pretty underdeveloped ideas throughout this album. It's a maximalist kind of thing. It's more about the headspace that I was in creating it than it is about the actual lore. Alright, so now we're at song 4. That was like the first section of the album, I feel. So how's everyone feeling? What any thoughts? There are like 6 people here. I'm feeling pretty good. I don't know. This is exciting. I've like fantasized about doing this, like a breakdown. It's a lot harder than it looks, but I really enjoy sharing the source, and I really like watching breakdowns from other people. So, you know, even though I don't do anything that crazy with my production, really, I thought it would be a fun watch for people who are into it. Did I do a post on Instagram about this? I don't think I did. I'll quickly do that while this is loading, because I think this one will take a sec. Yo, I'm live on YouTube. If anyone wants to join us, I'm breaking down the production for my album Locust World. So if anyone has any tips or wants to see how it was made, you can tune in on my YouTube channel. Thank you. I'm live on YouTube. If anyone wants to join us, I'm breaking down the production for my album Locust World. Okay, now I gotta add a link, even though no one likes links on Instagram, technically. Who's ever opened an Instagram link? They make you think that you can link shit, but it's like, it just opens up in the Instagram internal browser, and then no one actually uses that link. Like, anyway. I'm live on YouTube. If anyone wants to join us, I'm breaking down. Okay, that was my little bitch sesh. Where I complain. That was a good segment. Anyway, this song's file name was Flutes and Breaks, but the final name is Slowpoke. So what's this? That's like an echo. That's an echo of like the vocoded speech that was reversed, I guess, to kind of build up. And then I got all these like little drum fills or whatever. Something I really like about a drum fill is it sounds like sort of a bunch of things just kind of falling over, like being knocked over and bumping into each other, like. I don't know. Yeah. So this is a trick that I have been doing for a while now, where you just have some sort of instrument that's got an arpeggiator on it. FL Studio has a built-in arpeggiator, and then you can automate the like speed at which it arpeggiates so that it sort of like, just listen. I don't know, I think it's a fun sort of random sparkly sound. Sort of reminds me of like a loading bar, like a Windows loading bar or whatever that's going around in circles. Like it feels like it gets to the top and then it goes really slowly and then it falls and goes like yeah. Not much more else. There's so these are the chords for the vocals. Yeah, this is another one where the vocals are in a different track, so we'll just do the instrumental first. This is some random thing that I think I actually just played in live on my keyboard. You can tell because it's a little out of sync. It's got that bounce, that human feel. Damn, does it really sound like that? So the bass is just this like big upright bass. And then it's got like an OTT that adds some of that like noisy high end. This kind of upright bass always reminds me of Minecraft music discs. And then this is just some like drum groove that I cut up. I think it's multiple drum grooves or whatever. And then I'll play it with the rest of the drums. I'm really proud of how I get the drums sounding. I think that's one thing I can do. I think there's some sort of extra distortion going on though. Yeah, there we go. Kind of wanted to go for a bit of a hip hop vibe, I guess. As vague as the term as that is. And then some wind chimes, and then I like automated the speed of the delay on them, which makes them all wee wee wee. You know, the wee wee wees, we're all about those. This flute, I think it's just like a sound font. Oh fuck. Fucking wait, I gotta turn off the decapitator. I really love how it sounds. It sounds so real and like, well, not real, but like textured and interesting. I don't know, pretty fun. And yeah, it's just a shaku. Don't know what that is, but we love it. It sounds like a mixture, like it sounds like it's pre-layered or whatever, like it's like strings and a wind instrument. I don't know. Yeah. I was thinking a lot about Jerry Paper, Chameleon World, with this one. Let's hear these vocals. Yeah, pretty nothing, just scratch vocals. Pretty ugly. This melody I think is pretty catchy. People have told me they've been humming this. Oh my goodness. Hi, Abel. That's wild that you still have that account. That's so cool. How are you? Have you been? It's been a bit. This part, I also love how this sounds. So that's just like a, I think a choir. Let me check. No, it's like just some sort of synth. But it's got portamento on it, which basically means like when you play a new note, it kind of like bends into it, like kind of adds that like mystical wee wee, you know, the wee wee. But then it's got a grain delay, that crystallizer, that's like reversing it. So when it goes up, it also plays a reversed version of itself. So it goes up and down sort of like a mountain. Like, listen to this shit. Do-do-do-do. Yeah, so I think that's a pretty fun little flourish. Yeah. These are just bubbles. I layer that all the time, just whenever I want a little. And this melody here was actually just based off of like me improvising voice, like. Nah. Yeah. And then this is some whiny bitch fox. Oh. I don't know what I'm... Yeah. I guess that's like some sort of chord stab that I'm layering with the snare. It could honestly probably benefit from just not being there. I think a lot of the time when you're mixing, if there's an element that you can't hear, you should just get rid of it, because like, you know, like if there's no difference between it being there and and it not, get rid of it, because it'll sound cleaner, it'll sound less harsh. I think this section's a little harsh maybe, but you know, whatever. It's not a big deal. And then the fucking texture, that's what it's all about. This is just, you can get this, where is this sound? Is this it? No. You can do this just by like... Okay, I'll just make it from scratch. So basically you want to get like a percussive thing, like... Let's just go with that. Gives? What's that? Sorry. Is that... Did I fuck up? Did I say something wrong? Okay. So this makes it loop or whatever. And then, like, the higher the pitch you play it at, the faster the loop is. So if you, like, make it sweep down, like, here, let's play it up high. That's not the sound I asked for, bitch. Sorry, I've been saying bitch a lot. Oh, here it is. Okay, so play it up real high, like here. And then you make it like bend down, A, and then I don't know. I'm really into it. That's a cool sound, right? Like I'm not alone in thinking this. Damn. But yeah, that's that. This harmony I think is great.
Into another hole. Into another hole.
We'll get more into the vocal. I just brought this in from the vocal template, but I have this thing just as like a fun. I just think that's fun.
Into another hole.
So yeah, this section, it's made out of this. Just like a piano. It's got that portamento on it as well. And then this thing, lead. This was the original scratch vocal thing for it. I do honestly, I still think it kind of holds up. It's like mumbly. It's like I'm mumbling to myself in the bathroom like a crazy person. But yeah, and then I got these like drum rolls and stuff. Yeah, just kind of make it all spacey and big. I think I added these pretty late, but if you want to have a section that's spacey and big, I feel like I'm always forgetting. You can add you can make it sound a lot more full when you have these big reverby cymbals and stuff. And a thing I do all the time is I load in just a full drum kit or whatever just to use the top end, because it's nice to just have, you know, you can just play around in here. Like, oh, maybe I'll add a bunch of this, and then, you know, even if it's really quiet in the background, it just fills out the space a bit, which is important when you want to make a sort of big section like this. Yeah, I don't know if anyone ever caught the smosh shut up in this. It's there. I thought it's like this section is sort of like, ah, my head is too much, I'm worried, I'm so worried. And then the shut up is like, shut up, it's too many thoughts, I can't even think. And then this is like coming back to and just chilling. This was a song that I originally wrote on acoustic guitar, and then I tried to play it on acoustic for this, but I failed badly. I'm really bad at guitar, so I just used fake MIDI guitar. Except that's got a fuck ton of effects.
Broken arm, baby crying, no one wants to.
I really like these little vocal flourishes. Yeah. And then kind of wanted to make those sort of, there's a thing in like I think a lot of Indian music where there's a drum that like pitch bends. I'm not fully sure if it's like Indian music or whatever, but there you get bendy drums that like in real life can like pitch bend or whatever. And I tried to sort of imitate that, I guess, because I like, it sort of sounds bubbly still, but more organic as well. And then this, I don't know what happened here. What was this? I think this was some drum beat or whatever that I brought into Edison, and then I like noise canceled it a ton. Like I just like said, I selected it as the reference for noise, and then I spammed noise cancel until it was like this shell of its former self. And that sort of ties into the sonic idea behind some of the vocals in this track. Once we get there, I'll speak on that. But yeah, noise cancelers are sort of, I guess, a theme on this track sonically. You know, that's like someone cutting out on a Discord call, kind of. Like that's like their mom in the kitchen or something, or like their dogs in the background. If you were on a Discord call with someone, it would sound like that. Yeah, strings to build it out, and then ding 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 ding. Today I want you. This like waterfaller I use all the time. Oh my goodness. Chills, literally. It's like the auditory version of like those head massage thingies. So into that sound. It's like, why wouldn't you just want to put that everywhere? What is this? This is like the drums. You can get some great textures just by like just spamming one thing or whatever. Changes. Yeah. Then this is the brook. Just more water sounds. Lots of effects. I like. This is the type of album. I feel like if you just listen to the effects off of this album, you'd really need to like pee or something. Like. It's like pee yourself subliminal. Yeah. So let's go into getting kind of tired. It's hard to stream like this, but I'm feeling really good and grateful that there are people here to listen. And I hope that people enjoy this in the future. Like, I hope that this is something people can come back to if they just want background noise, because I love background noise. Shout out to you if you're listening to this as background noise right now. Yes, peace sign in chat. We're going strong. So these are the vocals for this track. While I was recording the vocals for this track, the microphone cable for my Blue Yeti microphone was completely getting broken or whatever. It was like cutting out a ton, and it had like a ton of noise. So I figured I should really wanted to just get the vocals recorded for this, so I did it. And they were really noisy, obviously. So I had to like put a ton of like noise cancelers on them, which you don't want to do that. Like for like the way that noise cancelers sound, it's not really professional technically. But
Wanna choose the right world, I don't wanna go. Wanna choose the right world, I don't wanna go. Slow poke.
So it's got a sort of unique timbre to it. It has that digital sound, I guess. I don't know. I like it. But like if you
Wanna choose the right world, I don't wanna go. Slow poke, dragging your toes. I lost you a day ago, but when I find you, I'll call your name. A simple grave in another plane, in another way.
Okay, so like let's break down the harmonies. This is
Wanna
So that's the main vocal.
Choose the right word.
I'm doubling it with like a lower octave version so it sounds bigger. And then I think this is the harmony.
Wanna choose the right word. I wanna go slow boat track.
No, so that's the falsetto, which I think when you mix a normal vocal with a falsetto, that's how you get peak.
Wanna choose the right word. I wanna go.
And then I think this would be the harmony.
Wanna choose the right word. I wanna go slow boat track. And you
So that's really cutting out.
you take a but I find I'll call your name. We'll grave in another place, in another way.
Okay, so I guess there aren't really harmonies here. There are these. So these are like little vocal fills and flourishes, like.
Wanna dragging your toes.
Yeah. So.
Wanna choose the right one. I wanna go slow
Yeah, you get it. And then I think these are harmonies.
in another way.
Really whispery and noisy.
In another way.
Yeah.
Hey,
And then.
Aurora Borealis, hey, I saw you looming over day, thinking you're different in your life, but you're both only made of light. Reflected resolution,
So this is like vocals that are snapped to the MIDI or whatever.
Aurora Borealis, hey, I saw you looming over day.
That's a harmony, I guess.
Aurora Borealis, hey.
So these are just two harmonies.
Aurora Borealis, hey, I saw you looming over day, thinking you're different in your life.
Been considering getting into music for years, but it seems like such a daunting task. I would really just go for it. There's never been an easier time, and it's, yeah, like you can just do whatever. Like I think it's such a great time to learn music because you don't have to play an instrument to learn music. Like me, I hate practicing. Like when I sit down and work with something, I like to have a physical thing afterwards, like an art piece or something. With practicing, you don't really get that. You just get, you get better, but there's no like physical manifestation of your work. It's kind of just in your hands. So I'm really bad about practicing instruments. I much prefer production because, it's like I'm a composer or whatever. Like I'm no less of a musician. I think I work really hard to make up for the fact that I don't play instruments. But yeah, so these are the main vocals here, I think.
Aurora Borealis, hey, I saw you looming over day, thinking you're different in your life, but you're both only made of light. Reflected.
So that's it without the auto-tune note snapping, and then with.
Over looming over day, thinking you're different in your life, but you're both only made of light.
Kind of quivery here. I like if you pitch one of the notes up an octave or whatever, it adds like a digital voice crack or whatever, which I really like.
Life, but you're both only made of light.
Yeah.
Made of light, reflected resolution, I protect snapping to grids of light, forgetful that they're always there, comfort in things that make you scared.
So that's another theme, like the interplay between fear and love and comfort, whatever, like how those connect, because I think the ways that those connect are kind of interesting, but I don't want to go too into it because it's kind of heavy topics. A sort of less extreme version of that is just like watching a horror movie to chill out, or like watching a scary YouTube video to chill out, like deriving a moment of comfort from something that's scary, like a horror movie, or Walking Dead in my case, or like Petscop videos on YouTube. But it also ties into other stuff. I don't know. I think a lot of the time when you really love someone, you're so afraid of getting stuff wrong in front of them, or at least I am.
Is there comfort in things that make you scared?
So there's like a big sigh. I gotta chill the fuck out is what I'm saying with that sigh. And then we go into this big drop build-up section where it's like, you guys know all that. We did the instrumental already, so these vocals over the drop. This is a classic thing. It's where you take a little thing of reverb and then you reverse it so that it's like leading into the vocal to sort of like let the listener know I'm gonna sing here. Like they can feel your presence before you even open your fucking mouth. That's the joys of digital production. This is like that's fucking that one MGMT song or whatever. I think it's Kids. Either Kids or Time to Pretend. Time to Pretend. I don't know. So out of tune. I'm sorry. I haven't done my warm-ups. You know, I'm feeling rough, I'm feeling raw in the time of my life. Fire music from MGMT, and that was supposed to be a little callback to that. Yeah, so now you won't be able to not hear that when you hear this part. Oh, my cat. Wait, Goose, come here to the stream. Everyone say hi to Goose. Meow. Look at the camera, baby. What a lovely guy. He's purring. Okay. Look at this thing. Look at this thing, baby Goo. My baby. Look, he's so cute. Oh, no, guys. Adorable. Okay, baby. I'll see you later. He's gonna go eat food. How did people click off? How did people see my cute cat and think, yeah, I'll call it here? The opposite is supposed to happen with cats. I'm not an insecure bitch, though. I'm grateful for the people that are here. Okay. Back to business.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, I know.
I feel like sometimes you gotta sing in a way that's maybe a little embarrassing if you want to bring the passion. Like, you gotta put yourself up on a plate. I think, you know, people make fun of emo singing a lot, but it's very expressive, and I'm not great at singing, so I gotta try and be expressive. Hence the, yeah, I know. Yeah, I'm singing like this.
Yeah, I know.
Kind of a compromise, I guess.
I know.
Yeah.
I know.
Little harmony there.
Yeah, I know.
More harmonies. I really like how these sound with the full instrumental.
Everything has a limit. Everything has a limit. What are you filling it with? Overblown.
So yeah, these are all the sort of vocal backup layers. I really like how these kind of do their thing. They do exactly what they're designed to.
The right world, I wanna go.
And then this harmony, this is where it's all about.
Out of the cold and into another hole.
Like, that shit's crazy.
And into another hole.
And into another hole.
And into another hole.
Let's hear the first one.
And into another hole.
Okay, so that's it, like falsetto.
And into another hole.
And this one.
And into another hole. And into another another hole.
You gotta be like a theater kid if you want to do this.
And into another.
Okay, so that's the main vocal part, and then what's this?
And into another hole.
Yeah, so all at once.
And into another hole.
Big. Could have been bigger, but
You were falling. I wish you'd say spiral down into sunken cloud. In yesterday.
yeah. Somewhere unknown, turning all around like a burst of snow. You know, you get that part, nothing too special there. And that's pretty much it for that song. The vocals are in the other project file. Like I said, I'm pretty messy.
To see me.
Like, look, I had to add like an extra soothe here to de-ess those vocals. That only comes in when I'm saying S's. I'm messy, but it works. Okay. My cat's up on my computer right now. Oh, he jumped down. He's bumping the desk. Baby. Goose. Oh. Big goose. Stop fighting him. Goose, come on. Sometimes he does. I gotta check if his bowl has food. You're freaking me out, baby. What do you want? Have you got food? Yeah, you got food. He's fed. Bro's fighting himself. Yeah, he's a little... He's cute. Me consistently, yeah. No, Goose, come on. You're freaking me out, baby. Honey, you gotta relax sometimes. You gotta learn to chill out. Come on. Isn't he so cute? Okay. Good kitty. And into another hole. Next project's loading up. You can see him. Aw. There he is. Now he's chilled out. I'm glad. Hello? Can you hear me? I unplugged my mic by mistake. I hope that didn't mess stuff up. Okay, let's keep it moving. So this song I should probably preface. It started out as like a remix of Pata Pata, this song. Let's hear it. You might know it if you... Sorry, it's like horribly auto-tuned. But it started as that. And then I was like, you know, the piano stands by itself. Like the song, a lot of the time, like the song, it works out like, sorry, a lot of the time, like there are things in the process where it's like they help you while you're making it, but you like shouldn't be afraid to just like cut it if it's not working. Like this, I think it's great that it started as like a great basis for a song, but Pata Pata does not have to remain in my gay ass song.
It's not all that bad, I don't blame you.
I'm really happy with how I got the vocals sounding on this one. Real sibilant. I layered them with
It's not all that bad. I don't blame you.
like whispers, which sound creepy and cringe without it, but when you add it all together,
It's not all that bad, I don't blame you.
I think it adds a lot to it. And yeah, I'm into the whispers. Doubling with vocals with whispers is big. And yeah, that ties into the whole ASMR thing. Like, it is just, you know, this is an ASMR album, even though it's really fucking loud. Then I drew some of these lyrics from Portal Turrets or whatever. I was like, this is one of the cringiest. Okay, no, I should stop saying that shit. This is a judgment-free zone. But this song, I was writing it from the perspective of Noelle from Deltarune. And she's writing about like turrets from Portal. So it's like there are multiple layers of nerdy shit. Nerdy world. It's writing about a cartoon video game nerd. And she's a nerd for games because she likes scary things in video games. But anyway, yes, that's where the Portal turret comes in. And eventually I kind of like left the Noelle stuff in the past. I kind of changed lyrics to be not so Noelle-y, and made it more about me.
Would you come over here?
So yeah, that's the turret or whatever. And then they also say I don't blame you, which is, I say that.
I don't blame you.
Turrets, they say I don't blame you, that's their whole thing.
We're here,
Could you come over here?
thinking of you, you're on my mind. Consider it what you want every day. I'm picking up pieces of myself, yeah, turning into something else. I get confused between what I say and do, but I can't believe that you.
This is one that I'm also really proud of the production on. It was very inspired by Avec, which is a Bowen collaborator. Let me find it. No, fucking hell. I don't know how much you hear it. Maybe in this one it's more clear. So yeah, that's what I was going for. Very sort of textured. I'll mute the vocals so that you can just hear the One thing is when you're writing all these like different parts, playing different melodies, I think it's a good idea to not be afraid of like leaving big spaces where one of the instruments isn't playing notes, because you can always just fill that in with a different instrument, or whatever. Like a lot of the time I think people put too many notes when they're writing in MIDI. Like you can strip it back and it adds some nice space and swing. Another thing is, okay, I was gonna say offset the notes a bit, but it looks like they're pretty in time here. These little things are important, like the like little ghost note or whatever. then yeah, there's the turret saying, "Can I help you?" And I think it's like in a romantic context with this. It's like, "Oh, you're hurting. Can I help you?" And then these are, it's actually just my voice going, "Wow." Wait, here, let's hear you.
Wow, 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 wow.
And then I just put that through a vocoder. I think it makes it kind of more expressive and human than if I had just done like if I had just like automated the cutoff. Kind of went for like a guitar wah-wah pedal vibe, because I'm desperate for one of those. I love how wah-wah guitar sounds, but I can't play guitar that well, so not in my cards. We work with the limitations. With it, if I had one of those, I wouldn't have done this. And I think that's a pretty cool sound, so.
Gotta wait until you go away before I can think rationally. Things that you say to me tear me up.
What's pretty ironic about some of the songs on this album is I'm not the type to really form a crush on people. I tend to like, I've definitely like fallen in love, but it's like usually the other person is crushing on me first, and then I don't know, I haven't had much romantic experience in my life, but yeah, I don't know. It's kind of, I feel like I'm lying with this one, because it's not really about anyone in particular. I was thinking I was Noel from Deltarune talking to Susie. I mean, I got a girlfriend and I love her very much. The song's just not really about her. But yeah, I wanted to just, you know, this is what I was talking about with having all these instruments on top of each other. Like, you know, I think if you wanted to fill out all this space or whatever, you could, but it's like, you know, some of these you only need. You know, it's kind of like a form of call and response, I guess, but like, you don't write it in that way. It kind of just comes out that way if you do all of these little sparse things. I don't know, phrases. I think this is a nice little drum fill. Just a big fan. Thank you, Gaza. I think this is more of that one textured sound I was doing. The weird. This is something I like to do, where you take one, so you take a sound like that, and then you automate the pitch of it, and it's like, I also just think it's really satisfying to like see the clips change shape in the playlist. That's one thing I love about FL Studio. It's kind of like it's saying, what you doing there? I don't know. This is a pretty strange sound. I guess trying to get a little more tonal in the drums is fun. Like, get a bit of a melody in the drums. Why not? You know, these snares on this song are probably the most layered snares on the whole album. They're made up of this. So that's like just a chord. Like, you just take a chord and layer it with the snare, I guess. Like, why not? And then it's this thing. Some sort of like roll. I think that's a Kid Pick sample. So look together. Okay, not sounding like a snare yet. This. Okay, we're getting more snarey now. This is like me crunching plastic into the microphone. That is also just straight up ASMR. Like, that's what that is. And then, okay, now we're layering actual snares in there, so it's gonna start sounding like a snare. Yeah. Okay, last one. Yes! Now, isn't that a snare? If you cannot say that isn't a snare. But yeah, the crunching plastic into the mic is a great technique. It just adds so much texture all the time. And another thing is, when you're layering snares like this, it really pays to offset them a little. Like, it makes it sound more real or whatever, and like more interesting than if they had all just lined up on the same hit. It would be a bit busy. But this. There's this thing, which is just from this 90s samples thing. Really nice sound. They were tapped in back then. Like, that sounds fucking awesome. I think the vocals in this section are probably a little too loud. I fucked up with that. This is one thing, though, that I love with Cura V, that auto-tune plugin that I like to use. And this will happen with any auto-tune plugin, but if you try and feed two different vocal clips into it, it kind of freaks out because it doesn't know how to connect it because they're singing different notes. So it sounds like this. Like... You're with your own crowd and I'm all alone now. Macaulay Culkin. So I really like that sound. You're with your own crowd and it's very, if you listen to any Katy Day, you'll hear the same thing. Like, if I find... she's really worth checking out if you like my stuff. Like, you hear the auto-tune tone there. It's very much the same. Like, she's feeding two different vocal clips into it there, I think is what she's doing, and it sounds sort of detuned, which I really like. I don't know, just pretty cool, pretty good. You're with your own crowd and I'm all alone now. Macaulay Culkin. Around. But how could it work out if you're with your own crowd and I'm home alone now? Macaulay Culkin round. I was thinking, like, Macaulay Culkin is kind of a verb. It's like, oh, I'm Macaulay Culkin round. Like, Macaulay Culkin. I'm just Macaulay Culking. Yeah, bars as hell. Kind of like Harvest Moon or something. Video games. What? Can't live with him, can't live without him. Am I right? These are just like chords that I chopped. It really pays to convert stuff to audio because you just get a whole new world of messing with it. Like, yeah, not much here. This was one thing I thought it would be pretty comical to like use like real drum kits or whatever, but like write them as if they were trap snares, like trap hi-hat rolls, like. don't know. I think it works out well. It feels more organic than if I had just used actual trap hi-hats.
But how could it work out if you're with your own crowd?
It like started out as like a joke. I was just thinking like, haha, what if a drummer wanted to try really hard to be like a trap drum machine? But it just ended up sounding unironically pretty good. So yeah, this little moment I also like here.
Your own crowd.
E. That's just from Kid Pix. Those are both Kid Pix samples.
Your own crowd. And I wanna live now before we go get around.
And then I made these claps just by clapping a bunch of times and compressing the shit out of it.
Before we go get around.
That's one thing you don't like. You gotta compress stuff. Like the whole world is so compressed, which is basically just like bringing all of the quietest audio up to like loud. It's kind of making all the loud stuff quiet and all the quiet stuff loud so that it's like level. But it like, you know, compressors are really important. That's one thing if you're just starting music I really didn't know about how important compressors are. What is this? Just a tiny little important.
When we're hanging out, you're sliding through my head. And when we touch, I feel your face and through my skin.
Yeah.
I feel your face and through.
I like my music like I like my JPEGs compressed. Yeah, it's kind of confusing because it's like compression isn't, it means something different in music. Like it's not like you're like making the audio smaller, like the file smaller. It can mean that. Music really sucks because like every word in music can mean like 4 or 5 different things. Like it's kind of, it's ridiculous. Yeah, and there can be like 4 or 5 different words for the same thing. Like, you know, there's a lack of consensus there. So talking about it can be confusing, but we're in this together, and I know that we can make it through this. That was just a fun little thing. I've been trying to allow myself to do fun little ad-libs like that. Just when I say skin, then I say it a bunch. Yeah. Why'd you choose FL Studio instead of other DAWs? It was cheaper. I would have gone with like Logic. I used GarageBand for a while, but then I switched to Windows, which Windows doesn't have GarageBand, and Logic is like GarageBand Pro. Like it looks the same as GarageBand, it's just got more stuff. And Logic seems really appealing. It's just not on Windows, so I went with FL Studio because I heard a lot about it and it was cheaper. But I got a lot of problems with it. I think I would recommend Ableton if you can shell out the extra cash for it. I don't know. There's a lot I love about it. I think it comes with a lot of great plugins. Ableton stock stuff is pretty ass, I think, compared to FL Studio. But I don't know. Just mixing in FL Studio is a nightmare, and sound designing can be kind of finicky. I think Ableton, you can just be a lot more free. Ableton Cracked is always free. Yeah, I have been thinking about that before. Like, I do pirate stuff all the time. Lock me up. But for like my mainstay software, I kind of like owning it just because it's like, just in case, like sometimes with Cracked things it goes wrong. Like, I want to be able to be on the newest version. I want to be able to have support if things go wrong. You know, there is still benefits to owning the actual software. Now I've like paid for FL Studio, so I want to get my money's worth. You know, it's got all of these limitations, but that's music. I'm sure Ableton's got a ton of its own problems. I would just love to try it one day. This is a nice classic, big old 808 that eats up the whole track. There's like a soft clipper on the master. Throughout Roller Coaster, Starbeam, and Frenzy especially, I was always having these big basses that would distort the whole track when they hit. And And I kind of did that less here because I think, I don't know, I just explored that sound a lot. But I think it hits here. Like, this is a big 808. Like, it feels like a pretty big moment. Like,
When we touch, I feel your face into my skin. Tell me off. All my time filling up.
yeah, just really happy with all those harmonies and how that section sounds. I think that's a highlight for me. Especially, and it kind of just all happened automatically. Like I was just kind of singing a lot into the mic. Duh, that's what anyone ever does. But I was kind of just improvising all these little like
Tell me off. Tell me off. Tell me off. Tell me off. Tell me off.
That's another thing that can make a thing feel bigger, is if you don't layer it with like harmonies, but you layer it with like vocals, like a crowd going, "Tell me off."
Tell me off. Tell me off.
Tell me off. All my time filling up.
And then this is a little piano bit. Not much to say about it. Pretty happy with that. I feel like that really hit its mark. So this big impact, it's not built up to too much. There's this, I think it's like just noise from my Blue Yeti mic. I just wanted to have, you know, fill the background out with something. You can hear some sort of bug in the background. And then, so that's one of the impacts. Let's work our way from the top to the bottom. So for this big moment, we used a reversed kick, tiny, another reversed kick, bigger, and then a tiny kick. Okay, and then what's this? So that's like some, that's, is this the same Blue Yeti mic? Yeah, it's the same one. And it's definitely on its way out. It's kind of all busted up now. So I do want to like celebrate it, because I think digital mics have a pretty unique timbre to them, like this, versus I've got a different mic, a better XLR one, but bring back the sock. Yeah, I used to put a sock over it, but now I got this nice pop filter. Yeah. But yeah, I think especially in like the noise, it's got a very specific timbre to the noise. But who gives a fuck about microphone noise? But yeah, so this is a more crystallizer plugin. I use that all the time. It's just a grain delay. You still use a sock for all your professional voiceover stuff. That's so funny. Just like, I mean, if it works, it works. I think I got that tip from like Infamous Swoosh or something. But that's an industry secret. That's like recording in the closet. All right, so yeah, you can't. Pop filters are pretty cheap, I feel. But so it feels all big and washy because of all that. There's more stuff. It's all about layering with this. I don't know what is this element. Oh, that's the drum. So it's like a doom doom. Okay, and then this is where the big money is in. It's in these MIDI strings. Listen to this. And I have there's like an LFO on their volume. So wait, so I have the rate of that tremolo being automated so that it like it tremulates slower and slower as it goes, like that's like a thing that people do. It's not, that's a pretty common thing. Yeah. Warbly. I think that makes up most of it. I think this is just something with like a lot of a pretty strong phaser on it. So it's like, okay, so it's like a bass and then a phaser is sort of like faded in on it, which adds a metallic quality, metallic glossy. And then, yeah, just big ass impact. I use that all the time. And then this thing. That's like if someone donated on Twitch or something, it would make that kind of sound. Like a happy alert jingle. And then just like some jungle ambience. And yeah, I've got this music box that the piano is layered with to make it sound twinklier. And then all together, that's how you get the... Yeah. So in this section I have, this isn't a bass, this is just like me pitched down going eee. Kind of like a big dragon snoring. I don't think it's auto-tuned either, which I kind of like that. It's like, how often do you get an auto-tuned bass? Usually people are like, you gotta tune that. So I think if you can get away with something being a little out of tune, you should definitely go for it, because that can really help make people afraid of your music. Yeah, it is kind of didgeridoo-y. Then this is just some... So this is actually like Noel's Lost Girl theme or whatever that I interpolated. And then sang over it. Pick it up, get yourself up off the floor. Slightly out of tune is distinct and interesting. Yeah, and yeah. So that's the C7-8 drums again coming back.
I'm just so far away, locked up in a box, feeling like I can't do anything. World keeps turning out, and I know it's gonna change me.
This was kind of inspired by Uffy. Oh, I hope that my stream doesn't get taken down if I play Uffy. She's pretty big. I don't know if you know about Pop the Glock. I probably can't play it, but she's this like weird pop star from like the 2010s that never really made it too big, but like has a pretty unique kind of like cheap sound. Yeah, I can't really play it, but was going for an Uffy vibe with the like auto-tune kind of spoken word rappy vocals. What is this that I muted? I guess I cut this out. Yeah, I guess it just didn't need to be there. And then these I'm pretty happy with. They remind me of like Super Mario 64 or something. And also this lead that's in the background, that like that's what makes this section for me, I think. The interplay between... Yeah. More of the Deltarune birds. And then Tart from Portal. Think that's pretty much everything in this one. Bass. That's pretty nice. What's going on with this? It might just be a preset. I work with a lot of presets. It's really pretty though. Yeah, it's just a preset. Kind of reminds me of Being Puppy Cat soundtrack.
What do you know? I'm terrified of heights and I'm terrified of falling, moving all around night and go.
Okay, coming up next is one of the big uns. One of the big tracks. It's gonna take a sec. I just have it called Beautiful Ambience Extended Backup. Very... I don't name my songs. It's gonna take a sec to load. Lol. I'm gonna take advantage of this time by pushing the stream some more. Not that I take you guys for granted. The 4 of you that are here. Literally hearts, like I really appreciate you staying around. Still live. Halfway through. Come and listen and talk. When I posted about wanting to do a thing. Damn, shit. Okay, shit just finished loading. Finally. Okay. So I'm really happy with how this one sounds. This one might be one of my faves. But yeah. So this one went through a few. This one took a while to get right. But a lot of this song, I was listening to a lot of ambient music at the time, so a lot of this technically kind of just holds on the like main chord or whatever. Like a lot of it is just like in C. Yeah. So it's like a synth, but then it's also layered with this close grand so that it's like kind of has that physicality to it. A lot of the time synths can feel kind of impersonal, so if you layer them with something that's more evocative of like human hands, like a piano, even a pretty digital sounding one like this, I think it goes a long way to add life to an otherwise pretty inhuman instrument. Not to say that you always want to necessarily make something sound really human. I mean, that's what I'm pretty interested in. But a ton of electronic music goes for the opposite of that, which is also fire. So this is another thing where I was just doing a lot of really short, sparse melodic phrases and kind of just like putting them around, arranging them. So I think I have like these two This is me like fiddling with something up close to the mic. Ugh. It's just straight up ASMR. I don't even know what that is. Excuse me. Sorry. So yeah. And then this is more of that grain delay. But this time paired with the sort of watery MP3 filter so that it sounds like this. Thank you for the bless me's. So that's sort of like a choir of bubbles is really happy to see you, and they're all singing a beautiful chord for you. And then this, that's just a drum kit kick. I forgot about that. Okay, so that adds more interesting harmonic stuff. I think I was because the whole song kind of dwells on the root chord C major, I think I was really feeling like I had to spice it up with some, like, you know, in the world of like chords, this spice is like salt. I'm salting it up with a major 7th chord. Maybe it's pepper, but I think it still creates a nice vibe. You know, it's like simple harmony doesn't necessarily create a simple song always. Just in this case, maybe it did. Then this is kind of like a yawn. It's like getting ready for the next chord by like bending down. So there's a lot to talk about there. I do want to say that it's very heavily inspired by a Fever the Ghost song, if you are familiar with them. Fever the Ghost. What's it called again? Crab and Honey. It's off of this album. No, give me... Yeah! This band is fire. If you don't know Fever the Ghost, you gotta go check him out. Parliament of Owls, yeah. So it's very inspired by the sort of intro to this song, with that thumping kick and the synths. Yeah, from that point. I mean, this song's beautiful. Let's hear it. Yeah, I could talk endlessly about this band. They're some of my biggest inspirations. But yeah. I think this is just an 808 that I played up really high. I think it's like a Dylan Brady 808. It's got a fuck ton of reverb, and then I just play it up really high. And it's got these like rolls. Yeah. I like to make sure I have a lot of like sweeps, like that's pulling you forward. Like look at all this, it's like whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. And then to build energy, I'm just automating the synth to sort of open up more and more and become brighter and brighter with the cutoff. Yeah. And the drums are also getting louder. Hi! Hey Tartruga, how are you? Just saying that like a teacher. How are you? But no, I'm glad you're here. Hearts, we're just picking apart my song months and years right now. So this is a sample from The Simpsons, actually. This is Mr. Burns.
I bring you peace.
He goes like that. He says, I bring you peace. I bring you love.
I bring you peace. I bring you love.
He does that. There's an episode where he turns into an alien. Aliens are another thing on this album. It just felt appropriate because the song is so peaceful or whatever. Aw, that's really sweet. I love the ocean, so that's really flattering that that came through. I feel like I gotta like live my life serving to Her Majesty, you know? The ocean. There's something so emotional about a big ass 808 with like a ton of reverb on it. I think the like delay on this piano adds like a pretty fun kind of like jumpy rhythm to it. Like it's got like a gallopy type of thing. Like let's hear it without the delay. Delay is just what fancy musicians call echo because they want to make things confusing. The whole world will call it delay, but the whole world will call it echo, but musicians, they call that delay. So a lot more Baby's First Piano song vibes without the delay. Really, it is just Baby's first piano song, but with computers, babies can be Mozart or something. Like, listen to this. Yeah. And then with all the other stuff. And then these shakers, I cut them off to be playing a sort of like, I don't know, maybe triplet is the word. Duh, 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 duh. Duh, duh, duh. Kinda. I was off beat. This is just my voice that I chopped up a little. Yes, such a fan of the ocean. I'm so glad. Yeah, no. This album was supposed to be about a forest. I've written 2 albums about the sea. But I think a lot of this ended up being about the ocean anyway. Which is embarrassing. I think I'm soul-bound to that place. I was born by the sea, at the same time as like whales, so I think whales are inside of my DNA. The song is made up of so many like simple like nursery rhyme type melodic phrases, like do 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 do. This is more of that like crazy layering for the snare that I like to do. I like to make it sound like a bunch of things have like fallen at once. Yes, love the sea, love the forest, love the world, literally love the whole world. Not the whole world, but We got a lot of good things going on if you ignore all the bad stuff. I mean, you can have the good stuff and also have the bad stuff. They don't cancel each other out necessarily. Yes, nature. Yeah, this flute is something that I'm pretty proud of, this melody. So let's break this down. We got these shakers. You know them. Wow, I haven't heard that yet. Thank you. Yeah, I'm really proud of this one. I think this is one of the ones to hear off of the album. I've got this like lo-fi hip-hop drum loop. Literally like from the first, this is one of the first packs I ever downloaded. You just look up like lo-fi hip-hop drum beat and get it off Cymatics. But I think a bit of the source here is these guitar parts I played. This is one of the few songs that has a guitar on it. And they're really rough too. Like these are pretty nothing. It's like just one note held, because I was really inspired by ambient music at the time where they do just loop the same things over and over. I think you can get some melodies unfold in a different way if you think about it like that. Oh, here, wait, this is what makes it, the little thing on top. It really is just like your fucking... Yeah, you even hear me bump the guitar a little, which I think adds a nice percussive element to it. Your choice of instruments are incredible. Holy. Thank you so much. That's really flattering. I tried hard to make them fill the space. Like, I know that a lot of these are hanging out in the mids, and usually an acoustic guitar also hangs out in the mids. But I knew that space was pretty taken, so I boosted the highs. And the guitars, their tonality kind of matters a lot less. It's more about like the percussion of like having that human sort of strumming element. That's just like a boo bass. That's like the default FL Studio like random ass bass plugin that has one preset, and I use it all the time. Hi DJ Delivery. So Junebug, my music's so full of life and color. Thank you, I really appreciate that. I love color and life. This is just a violin that I stole from Free Sound. Didn't steal it. It was free use or whatever. And I think you can open it up in auto-tune or whatever and like do whatever you want to it. And it adds a unique timbre, because it's like a violin player could never make it sound like this. It's like it only sounds like this because I'm doing it on the computer, which is great. Like, you can do some crazy stuff with this. You know, like, that's wild. You can play with this like a bunch. Like, if you chop that up, that's a melody right there. I don't know. Pretty cool. What a time to be alive. New wave of the future right here. Auto-tune violin. Exactly. Okay, so that was what this track started with. It was literally just like this basic ass synth playing a C and an F. Like, these are some basic harmonies. And then So I think a lot of this just doesn't have auto-tune, which I think is cool. You know, I'm not the most great singer, but I hope that like when I leave in the less perfect takes, that can inspire people who aren't great at singing. And also, you know, I'm putting myself out there a little. It's like you might like my stuff more if you feel a little sorry for me. I don't know. It's more than that. But it is a conscious choice to leave in the bad singing. If I wanted to, I can fix it, but I think it's fine.
Wary of the tremors. Feels like ground's been shaken up a lot these days. When you're scared, you cut the fear with cinnamon.
So as you can see, this is the Mr. Bean TV show opening that I sampled for the choir here. It's like this. Which is like a crazy beautiful opening. Like I think that adds so much to this section. And I just kind of dragged it in and pitched it a bit to be correct, and it worked.
When you're scared, you cut the fear with cinnamon. Nights got cold, we float.
I was listening to a lot of Kishibashi at this time. I'm not sure if anyone's aware of who that is. I am the Antichrist to you. But this was very inspired by him. And that, so I have that, and then I have like a second version of it where it's like going up in pitch to go up to that. And I really like how that sounds. I think that's super effective.
Nights got cold, we float.
Especially the like vibrato higher ones that are up there like a lot of the time I do that just with it. You know, the SpongeBob laugh technique. That's how Tom Kenny does it. I really like how sort of weak this sounds. It's sort of tired. Yeah. Kind of like violin-y, but the voice.
Nights got cold, we floated over an orange leaves.
This take, like, this is just actual phlegm in my throat. Like, I just sounded like that, which is pretty funny, and that's made me realize that people, they're probably not looking for the phlegmy sound as much as I am. I've had to come to terms with the fact that most people don't want all the water sounds in music, and they don't want the vocalist to sound like they got a ton of phlegm in their throat. And that's okay. But in this case, this was analog phlegm. Like, this was an analog pitch warbler that my throat just sort of decided to do because I was recording when I was sick or something. I don't know. I like someone clicked on and then clicked off right away when I was talking about the phlegm. Guys, it's the abject. It's important. I thought it would be pretty interesting to have these more like kind of wild 808s in this like more chill song or whatever. Like I wanted to really play around here and try out a weird collection of sounds like where is that bitch? Is it this? Yeah, so this is, I've got like a flanger on this that's just, without it, it's that. But this is making it like sort of pan down, like, and it's a pretty unique sound. like to use that as a kind of driving rhythm percussive thing. I don't know. I'm pretty happy with sonically how this song is. I think it's unique. I also like how these kind of feel like they inform each other, like this thing and the 808, they both kind of sound like they're the same sound, even though they're not. People would be like, what are they doing there? You know, I think that's one of the nice things about working pretty cohesively. It's like a lot of the time people say like, no, don't use sounds that sound similar to each other. You got to use a ton of different timbres. But I think you can benefit from using sounds that sound similar to each other because you get stuff like this. And I think that the way that those two kind of inform each other is pretty beautiful. I'm pretty sure this song is about an alien.
Coming over Saturday.
So yeah, a lot going on. This is a big ass song. Funny thing about this is that these were the original scratch vocals, and they somehow just sort of poured out of me, and I could never get a better version of it. Like I tried, like the. They're always just a lot less expressive. I don't know. It's just nothing compares to the original. So I just left that in. And the original lyric is, "And the world's in your hands," which is like a hymn. Like brings it back to the sort of chapel songs that you would sing in like middle school or something, or that I would. The trial and error makes it perfect. Yeah, it's so funny that I tried all these other things only to like give up and go back to the original. I don't know what I was on this day. Like I was fucking pulling a lot of this shit off. Like it's not even that heavily auto-tuned or touched up. It's got a little bit of auto-tune on it, but and then these, I kind of like, it kind of feels like things are like melting around your ears, like you know, I got these, I think it's these. Yeah. They kind of like become like water droplets. Pretty fun. Heroic dose of mushrooms type sound. Wild. I don't know if I would recommend mushrooms with my music. So this is like a verse about intrusive thoughts and stuff. I get a lot of visions in my head, sort of abstract images, and I don't know what they mean. When I'm doing really bad, I'll get repeating phrases and repeating images. So these lyrics were about that. I kind of wrote a lot of this pretty late at night. It was kind of just pouring out of me. I really like this piano. Pretty mystical, kind of Mario Galaxy sounding maybe. And then these drums. These drums are crazy. So that's just like some other drum loop or whatever, and then I have the volume automated so it sounds like this. Which I think that's awesome. That's like a drum kit that's underwater or something. And then when you layer it with actual drums, you get some pretty great shit. Like, listen to this. Pretty cool, right? You know, I usually go for these big drums, but I think it was wise to go a little smaller with them here.
If you were in love, I wouldn't do that.
I think that that's a pretty evocative, strong line. If you weren't in love, I wouldn't do this.
Getting abstracted, visions of liquid poured along my form somehow. Eating the skin, I feel it moving, making its way further down.
Yeah. So these vocals here to like keep with the watery theme.
I wouldn't do this.
They've got this vibrato on them, which is really low. If you turn it up, it sounds like this. Which that's way too much. But when you do just a little bit,
In love, I wouldn't do this.
it just adds a nice extra bit of texture and a bit of that phlegminess that I was telling you that I was after.
In love, I wouldn't do this. Getting
How long did it take to make the whole album? I usually work on these for like about a year. Like I try to get an album out every year. But it's always work that's on the side. Like I'm not working on it constantly because obviously I had the movie and cartoons and stuff. But this was a very ambitious album, I'll be honest. I worked really hard on getting it to sound good, and I'm not going to work as hard in future, or at least on my next release, because I got to roll it back. But this, working on this and the movie at the same time was kind of crazy, because these are big projects. It's my first year homeschooling or whatever, so I think I wanted to prove that like having all this extra time to work on stuff can pay off. I wanted to prove it to myself.
its way
Yeah, you've pretty much heard it. I think I added an extra harmony. Just this to make it sound a little bigger, because it's usually when you like have a chorus that you want to bring back again, it's good to make it sound a little bigger each time, or at least make it sound a little different each time. You know, this song I really struggled getting this part here to hit. It's pretty hard. It was pretty hard to make it hit, which you'd think it would be easy, because it's such a big point. But just like structure-wise, I was really struggling with finding something that would work. But I think this works out.
I feel it moving, making its way further down.
And then yeah, I think like other than that, I have this thing. Which is just sort of kind of Owl City vibes, maybe Fireflies, to just make it feel more triumphant or whatever. Like, kind of, I don't know, fun. Yeah, this thing is a pretty cool sample that I just kind of dragged in there and did nothing to, and it worked really well. And also, these fucking... The Lin Tom, that's like one of the best sounds in the world. Like, my god. The most recent movie was actually my introduction to your work. Genuinely amazing work. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Music inspires me. I'm trying to learn to make music and stuff. It is hard. Music is hard, but it can be easy. I think like there's a bit where it's really hard, but once you, I don't know what stage you're at, but you could, I don't know. There'll be a point where it gets easy if it's feeling hard right now. I haven't like made a new song in ages because I've just been working on these songs. I'm kind of afraid to start again. But I'm glad that my stuff inspires you. That's really flattering. And yeah, I hope you can take some cool techniques away from this, if anything. I don't know. Yeah, okay, we've heard this shit. I'm getting pretty tired of that melody. Somewhere with shining lights.
Somewhere with shining lights.
This was in like a Deltarune Theory video, and they dubbed over the dialogue, and I kind of wish I could find the video. I can't find it anymore. And I want to credit the voice actor for this. Oops, because it's just some random person. My bad. I'm fine with stealing from big pop stars or whatever for samples, but when it's like some random voice actor, I feel like credit is due. You know, it's like people know I threw a wish in the well, don't ask me, I'll never tell. Like I don't even know the name of the song. Call Me Maybe. I don't gotta credit Carly Rae Jepsen. She's gotta credit me. Yeah, so this is just like a portion of the track that's been sort of echoed. But if you pitch it up in a certain way, it kind of adds this like shimmery quality to it. I really like how it sounds. It's like all broken and detuned at points. That layered with this piano going down. I think people need to do that more. When you step up to a piano, like the thing you want to do most is like bring, bring. So like putting that in music is how you get the joy in there. Like every song deserves a piano going bring, in my humble opinion. Hi Riley, how you been? Other than that, I've got some more microphone noise just filling out the ambient background. You can hear me opening my mouth and taking a breath. Kinda, I don't know if that does anything for the track, like the slight extra bit of human there, but it is there. I doubt you can probably notice it when there's all the stuff at once. Yeah, not really. This is just like a forest sample. Oh shit. And then FL Studio, for any users, this pogo knob is like fire. It just kind of makes the pitch of the sample go like so it's really great for effects. Just like that, you know, layer it with a bunch of other stuff. Big ass reverb 808. Bubbles. And more bubbles, I think. Yeah. Really beautiful. Thank you. This is my clam friend. Yeah, so that's crystallizer on the master, which is a granular delay that pitches things, and then I add the MP3, which you can get it for free. It's I don't know, I forget the name of it, oops, but just look for it. There are a billion plugins that do it. These are little twinkly piano bits that fill out the space, and this is that exact same bubble. This is probably in like every song because it's just so easy to drag in and add a bit of extra movement. So this. Really happy with how that sounds. Just a simple sine wave with a noise played at the same time, but then when it's got this sort of compression or whatever on it, it just makes it sound really full and good. You know, the noise kind of makes it a bit more like flute reminiscent, because when you're blowing into a flute, you get the slight like breath sound. I don't know, adding a bit of noise to like sine waves or basses is it's a common technique, but it works. It's common because it works. And then this, that's my webcam mic or whatever that I was just like, let me see if recording this part works, and it worked well. What do you use for auto-tune? Is it Pitcher, or do you have some fans? I use like a variety of plugins depending on what vibe. I have like 3 main ones that I go between. Yeah, so I have a pirated version of just the actual like Antares auto-tune, which that one works pretty well, but it's not my favorite. It works best if you do want to get just like a subtle, realistic sounding auto-tune. But one that I will live and die by is Kiravi or whatever, which is, it's got a really unique kind of robotic sound to it. If you know of Katie Day really uses it a lot. Whenever I'm pitching my voice up an octave, I usually use this one because it sounds really good. And it's just got a really unique like robotic phlegmy quality to it. Kiravi, and it's free and it's good. And then I also use G-Snap, which is also free, and also has this sort of like froggy quality to it. It's not a super precise auto-tune, but like when it pitch corrects notes, it also like changes the formant a bit, so it makes you sound a little like unconfident and pathetic in a way that I like. I don't know, it's all over Roller Coaster Starbeam. But for this album, the main auto-tune I used was just actual auto-tune. The Real Deal Pro thing, but it's nothing crazy special. Oh, and I also use FL Studio's built-in pitch corrector or whatever if I want to do like a Melodyne type thing, new tone. I really like this one because of like how the pitch bends in it sound. You can really unique sound. A lot of the album sounds like music that would play if you found an ancient treasure underwater, like Atlantis type music. That's fucking awesome. I'm glad that it comes off like that to you. I would so love if like Atlantis should fucking hit me up if they need someone to score their city. I really like that. Not the notes at all. I was singing wrong notes.
Pick it up, oh, make it your own. Innocent one, make it back home. It's the right love, waiting at door. Wanna know something so strong. Something is it to everyone. When I'm tired and I can't do anything, running up at night, right behind my eye.
This part, pretty cool. It adds like a watery effect just by, I think I mixed.
Right behind my eye.
That's the wrong thing. Wait.
Right
Is it this?
behind my eye.
Yeah.
Right behind my eye.
So that's the like pitch corrected version, and that's the raw version. And because of what's happening with their like phases, it kind of adds this.
Right behind my eye.
And I thought that was pretty cool.
Right behind my eye. Feel like like for real love, for real life, and
Okay, so what's going on in this section? Let's get that. There's more of these layered snares things, you know. Yep, yerp. That's that sort of melody returning. Hi Roxy, how are you? That's my real world friend Roxy, everyone. Everyone say hi, Roxy. Oh, these like whiny flute things I really like. They sort of are so wistful and kind of sad. Kind of reminds me of clangers, if anyone ever knows anything about clangers. Children's TV, man. You know, there's something about it. If you know anything about me, you know I'm a child. Hell yeah, drag shows kick ass. Yeah. That's so cool. I wish I could have gone, but I was planning on doing this and I was tired AF.
when I'm tired.
Ha! Talk about tired. I just said it in the song. I'm a lazy bitch. Okay. This is the same sample that plays in the end of, like, I think Heart on Your Teeth. Yeah. Yeah, that whiny little flute thing. That sad clanger. I saw some drag live earlier this year at a Pride Festival and was floored. Hell yeah. I need to see more drag stuff. I don't go out really. Okay. So this is more of that shaker. I don't know why I'm highlighting the shaker. That's the most boring shit. You know, another one falls, another one's gone. I saw that you cut your hair, and another one spread all over months and years. So I was thinking it's kind of like you've sort of either drifted from someone or like broken up with someone, and it's like another one falls, like another relationship's over, another one's gone. I saw that you cut your hair. It's kind of like it's like months after or whatever, and it's like things have changed. You both changed. And then it's another one is spread all over months and years, which months and years is the title. And yeah, that's just like pretty self-explanatory. Just like another one. Some people they break up, some people they're dating forever, or it's not just dating, it's also just friendships. I'm really happy with how my vocals sound on this part though. You know, I think it's a pretty beautiful part. It's not even supposed to be that sad for me, but if you interpret it as sad, that's also fine. Yeah. I played my hand. I told you that I don't understand. That kind of feels like, I don't know. You know, it's like playing your hand and kind of losing, I guess. Like, I don't know, not that breaking up with someone is a loss. Usually when you break up, that's like, it's because it had to happen. It just felt kind of sad, and like putting myself in the shoes, I don't know. Wipeout is a great fave. So much music. You should be happy they sound great. Thank you. That's really lovely. This part especially. I like this part. Here, they're There's something so fun and British and feminine about it. Like, there's the femininity in there with it, but there's also like, listen to that rasp. So cool, right? Like that. It's like I'm singing a chord. I mean, there's a harmonizer on it, but I feel like even without the harmonizer, it sounds like two notes at once or whatever. There's like a really strong overtone there, like throat singing almost. But then with the harmonizer, it sounds like even more of a chord. And then it's really tucked back there, but you know. Yeah. Okay. Cool. 3 hours in. And we're going strong. It's because I had the coffee. Hashtag caffeinated and vaccinated. No coffee, no worky. Yep. Wait, fuck. I don't want to load it. Coffee at 11 p.m. Well, I had it earlier. But yeah, no, I am addicted to caffeine right now. I drank 2 Red Bulls yesterday. Not good. I talk about all these problems with my brain and my music, and I think a lot of it is just I drink too much coffee. My mind is running at 1,000,000 miles a minute. A lot. But literally it is like, don't talk to me before I've had my coffee vibes. Like, I get it. So Aloe Vera is probably the song that like went through the most changes. It was originally supposed to be like a collection of just like fully randomized sounds. Like, I think this is like the original version, and it's not even gonna sound like Aloe Vera at all. Like, I don't even know if you'll be able to notice like what stuck around. It kind of just like, I kept deleting things and changing things until it's like the riddle where it's like, oh, what if you like replaced all the parts in a ship? At what point is it not a ship anymore? Like, not the same ship, like if all the parts have been replaced. I was doing that with this song, and you'll hear it. Yeah, so that's a different song. Like, but it was like, it took this like weird approach. It took this weird form where it was like, you know, there are pieces of this that are still in the final project file, but like everything about this is different. like this is Aloe Vera. I don't know if you guys know the album well enough yet to know what Aloe Vera sounds like, but it don't sound like that. I'll tell you that much. And I literally just, it's based off of, wait. No. Music. Yeah, a little staccato. I'm all about the staccato. Let's make notes short. I'm not a coffee gal, TBH. I don't like how bitter it is, but if it helps you, yeah, it does help me. I get stuff done when I drink coffee. It's just any drug, you gotta do it in moderation. I like the bitterness. I drink a nice iced coffee all the time. But yeah, like as you can see, those like sort of random sounds are still there. They're still in the DNA. Like yeah, they're still in the DNA of the track. It's just different now. This is probably my favorite track on the album. I'm really proud of how this one turns out. It's got a little bit of ukulele. And when I mean a little bit, I mean a little bit. Like tiny shit. I add like an insane amount of sugar. Yeah.
Watch out.
I'm not telling anyone to do any drugs. I'm just saying if you're gonna do coffee, do it. Don't go overboard. Don't fucking turn yourself into an anxious wreck full of intrusive thoughts.
Watch out. It's up to you to do it. You won't get anything from it.
Don't become tweak. Exact. Preach. Let's be real. Society on the whole accepts copies so much. It's like the whole world wants you to do. Yeah, no, genuinely, they do want you to do it. It's so popular because like we value productivity a ton, capitalism and all that. You know, there's a whole thing to talk about there. But let's talk about music. Let's talk about middle C. Let's talk about Undertale sound effects. I use a couple of those. They're pretty fun.
Watch out. It's up.
I do love Coca-Cola. If you're talking about Coca-Cola, I mean it's got caffeine. You were probably talking about the other one though, weren't you? So this is like a drum playing some sort of like polyrhythm. No, it's just, that's very much just a normal ass. No, it is. It's like a weird, I don't know, polyrhythm. Like, I don't know how those work, but
it's up to you to do it.
There's like this. The way that that's kind of coming in and out was making me think of like waves. I tried to make it like waves, and I was thinking a lot about Sufjan Stevens. He's kind of does some stuff like this in his like composition, but he does it with real horn players. And you know, these together, they just like, you know, I was thinking it's kind of like an interesting vibe, all of these like cheap sound fonty instruments being used in this way. I don't know, I tried to use a ton of cheap sounds but make them sound kind of epic and mystical, like, or I guess not epic, but
Consciousness went up.
so this song is about astral projection, which is where like you go to bed and then supposedly your brain shoots up out of your mind and you have like an astral form or whatever. I don't know. I've had like a couple, the way I think it works, and this isn't to like shit on anyone's beliefs or whatever. I don't know much about this stuff. But there have been a couple, like once or twice, where I've astrally projected. And I think it is just like, you know, you're just having a dream or whatever about like the only times that I've astrally projected, it's been environments that I know really well. And I've just kind of like flown around those environments. Or just like really fast through like abstract, like the world or whatever, but it's like I couldn't pinpoint any landmarks because it's a dream. But I was writing about that here. How cool I love, yeah, it's really appealing. And a lot of people, they write about how when you astrally project, you feel the like sensation of your body sort of like turning around, kind of like the way I understand it is like a hot dog on like one of those hot dog spinny things. So that's what the like body turning around thing is. And that kind of plays into the sort of slight theme of like separation between like mind and body or whatever. I still don't really know how I feel about that, whether it's like, you know, where the separation lies and like which part is me. And I don't know, I struggle with that kind of stuff. But yeah, this plays into that a little bit with the astral projection stuff. And yeah, so consciousness went up above my bed with my body turning around if you're on your way out. This song made me cry. This is a big one. I should just play it. But yeah, it's got these little ukulele plucks or whatever. I kind of like the interplay between this clearly like fake ass bass guitar sound, like the real ukulele and the like super quantized fake thing. I'm into the interplay there. Sorry, I'm gonna sneeze again. I remember when I was younger, I'd try my damnedest to astral project, and I'd always get to the point where I couldn't really feel my body anymore, like my body and my bed were one. That's awesome. Yeah, I was also pretty into dreaming when I was young. Like I really wanted to lucid dream was the word. I would watch a ton of lucid dream tutorials, and I would like wake myself up really early and keep a dream journal. My first ever album that I made when I was like 12 on GarageBand on my phone was all about dreams. Yeah.
Consciousness went up above my bed.
I really like how I got my vocals to sound on this one as well. They're super, you know, this is just like one vocal line and it sounds really thick and up there in the ears. Kind of like Sufjan, maybe a little.
Consciousness went.
Fuck, why? What are you doing here?
Consciousness went up above my bed. Consciousness went up above my bed. With my body turning round. If you're on your way out.
Especially this line here.
If you're on your way out.
So good. I'm really happy with that. And then, yeah, like there's a whole emotional hit here.
Turning round. If you're on your way out, if you're on your way out, if you're on your way out.
So yeah, that was a pretty big moment. Kind of based off of like Conan Moccasin a bit. He does stuff like that a little. One time I heard a song in my dreams and made it. I'm so jealous of people who can hear songs in their dreams. I've never gotten that. I've like had dreams of making music or whatever, but like I never remember the song waking up. Like I don't think my brain really works in that way. I don't think I can like visualize songs in my head or conceptualize songs in my head like that. I had a really great dream where I dreamt about like a brand new plugin that I really liked. That where it was like an all-in-one slime making plugin where you could make sound slime, like just slime sounds. And it was like a collection of phasers and like delays and multiband delays and flangers and all that. I guess flangers wouldn't really be in there for slime, but I was really sad that it didn't exist when I woke up. I had a dream that Jack Stauber released a song called Movie Man and it's actually really fucking good. That sounds like a Jack Stauber song. Movie Man. Okay, so this big ass moment, what's it made of? This song's really disorganized because all this stuff is all spread out. But we got this. So that's just like ukulele kind of fiddled with and then pitched up and echoed a ton. There's this thing which is from that original project file or whatever, just like added a bunch of delay and fucked with it a little. That's that bass. Yerp. And then I think this is like some sort of like randomized arpeggio thing. That just adds texture to it. You know, I love all these little plinky plonk things all around the head. This is more of that. I think this is the ukulele, but like sped up. So it's really like spiders kind of crawling up your neck, but ones like good ones. Goodbye, Riley. It was so nice to see you. Yeah, with stuff like this, I think it's like leaving in stuff like that is really important to me because it's like you'd never get that out of a plugin or whatever. Like no plugin is gonna simulate the fucked up notes. So leave those in when you got them because that's a treat. Like that's more of like playing into the artifacts of the medium that you work in. Because especially with there's so much going on in the song right now, there are all these like things going on all around your head that you don't even notice really. Like, you know, there's a lot. What's this? Piano. Yeah, it's a pretty cool chord progression, I'll be honest. If I do say so myself. Damn! You do not hear that. It's always so surprising. There are things where it's like you just don't really hear it in the mix at all. Like you feel it. Like without that. With it. It's definitely there, but it's like you would never think that it's this big, like. Oh, and this is some sort of effect from Serum. Cool. And then all together it makes that big moment. I think my cat brought in a rat. Or something that makes a noise. I'm gonna hope it was in my head. I don't wanna take care of a rat on stream. Ooh. I hope it's just a shrew. My cat brings in live prey all the time. Ah, just my little eye joke. So what's going on here? So that's the first layer, that's just to give the sound body or whatever. And we got these horns. I think it's like a frog that he... Oh, I don't know what creature that is. But it's screaming and squeaking. Oh. Oh. I really hope it's a frog. That was for sure not in your head, yeah. This camera looks really pretty though. That's cool. Okay, maybe I can turn you to where the action is. Oops. Seems like it's coming from that corner. Fuck. How do I put you in on the coffee mug? Okay. I think it's a rodent or a bird, TBH. Oh. Who made you the expert? Okay. Goose, where? It's a frog. Okay, thank God. It's a frog. Thank God. I have like a dedicated box for this occasion because he brings something in like every day. I won't lick the frog to make me not sick anymore. Okay, it's in the box. Success. Okay. Yeah, these frogs, they do sound fucking crazy. It's, they scream. Frogs scream. These ones, at least. Yeah, okay. I really hope he went outside, Goose. I really hope he doesn't, like, catch it again. It wouldn't be the first time. Okay. He's back in, and there's no frog. That was a nice little change of pace. I hope everyone enjoyed that. Okay, so the horns there for the brightness. This. That's like a leftover thing from the original song. That's like one of the few things that's still from the original. And then, yeah, little fills. Those are also from the original, I'm pretty sure. And then, yeah, that's the... Oh my goodness. He's back at it. Goose. Doing the whole mirror thing. Now he's biting his foot. Goose, you crazy. Sorry for whipping you all around. I hope you don't get seasick. Yeah, so that's where the melody came from. Silly goose, little hunter. That's where are the vocals? That's where these came from.
I could feel her made her way through plump summer fever and another chance.
Yerp. Let's hear the original vocals. I'm pretty sure these were them.
One for your world, you've been crying off the crossroad and another chance.
Goodbye, Abel. It was so nice to see you again. Okay, so yeah, there are these two sounds, but the source comes from this one, which is more low resolution shit. It's got such a nice, like, glossy quality to it. Yeah. That's effects, then this. That's the same bass line from earlier on. A lot of the stuff I didn't even know. One thing I'm really proud of is how the drums sound. Me, I'm a drummer. A digital drummer. Let's hear this. These drums. Listen to this shit. Yerp. It's mainly this part that's the big hype moment, though. Yerp. Okay. So from there... Let's just cut up vocals. What's this? Drums. Hi Riley, welcome back. That's so cool that you came back. Yep. So yep. Yep. Drums. Granular. Oh, I guess I never used these, but they would have sounded like this. Yeah, pretty nothing. Yeah. So this is just a 707 snare, which I think I fucked it up and had it be louder at certain parts for some reason.
Walk around to the ocean, sound and emotion, town, ocean mirrors, clouds. You walk around with your eyes shut up, with your eyes shut up, with your love.
Yeah.
You tell me there's life in the phasers now.
You tell me there's life in the phasers now.
Yeah, the signal's turning around.
Yeah, the signal's turning around. So as I say that, I get a little further away, like I get a bit more reverb on me, and that's because it's like, first off, just from the song writing thing, it's like you want to make it feel a little bigger as it progresses, like going from dry to adding a bit of reverb, but that's a classic technique. But it also kind of ties into the getting further away or whatever, drifting, because it's like, you know, you're on your way out.
If you're on your way,
Yeah. Really proud of that moment. That's a big ass fucking moment. The first time felt so big, and then it came back even bigger. And that there's a part in that I literally just kind of like interpolated, or from Max Tundra or whatever. I think it's this one. Yeah. Yeah. This thing on the right. Yeah, so I took that and I kind of just...
if you're on your way,
Yeah. Kind of different, but you know, you get the vibe. Yeah. Yeah, that same organ, it comes in earlier here. Because you want to make the second verse feel bigger and more evolved than the first, so adding a bit of extra melodic content is a good way of doing that. Usually I got a lot of melodies going on at once, but in this part I was in the lucky position to have chilled the fuck out while I was writing it, so I had room to write on top of it, which is a good place to be. I liked writing this organ part. Yeah.
everybody went out.
Straight down, sweetheart, sweetheart. Yeah, just kind of something really sad about that. It's like you love, I don't know. Sweetheart has such a connotation. And straight down, that's never good. I don't know, I write pretty abstractly. And then meanings tend to reveal themselves later on to me.
Everybody went out, you said out, it could mean anything to them. Oh.
And then sometimes I don't write it as abstractly. Sometimes it's pretty clear what I'm talking about. Lol. Or at least I think so. These vocals, what do we got going on here? So there's this layer of kind of garbage vocals that I use to like build up the texture of it. It's kind of like a crowd singing along, like where they're not super in tune or anything.
Then everybody went out, you said out, it could mean anything to them, all alone.
Super compressed, but I think it adds a bit of just extra texture.
Then everybody went out, you said out, it could mean anything to them.
Yeah.
Then everybody went out, you said out, it could mean anything.
This harmony I think is pretty fire.
It could mean anything.
What is it?
It could mean anything to them.
Okay, second one.
It could mean anything to them.
Okay, now
It could mean anything to them.
that's the meat.
It could mean anything to them.
And last one.
It could mean anything to them.
This one should have been louder, I think.
It could mean anything to them.
Yeah, cool.
It could mean anything to them.
Oh no, wait.
Could mean anything. Could mean anything to them.
Oh, this is the one that's got the sauce, I think.
Could mean anything to them.
Yeah,
Could mean anything to them.
but it's probably better that it's tucked back there.
All alone. Then everybody went out, turned around, looking down at my body in bed.
That's the getting back to the astral projection thing, looking down at my body in bed, like your mind is up above the bod. I could feel her. And then I don't really know what feeling her is. When I was little, I would lie. I couldn't sleep on my side because I would hear my own heartbeat, and I thought that was footsteps. And I would envision like footsteps in the sand because I lived on the beach, and I was afraid that like someone was walking towards me, coming closer and closer. And something about this woman that I can feel making her way through plants feels pretty tied to that fear that I had when I was little. Something coming closer. But, you know, this feminine presence that I feel coming closer in the song doesn't feel as bad or as scary as that. Like, I don't feel like she's coming to get me or anything. I don't know, she's probably pretty complex, making her way through the plants and the aloe vera. I hope that wasn't fucking cringe as fuck. I hope I don't speak like a lame ass bitch.
I could feel her, made her way through plants aloe vera.
Yeah. Yeah, big ass moments, but we've pretty much seen all this song has to hold, I think. Let's keep it moving. 4 hours of streaming. Wow. Worm song. What am I gonna have to say about this one? Thank you. You've been really encouraging. Parsival, thank you. Just loading. I can't wait to go to bed after this. What time is it? It's 1:45. Okay, so this is Worm Song. Just a pretty fun one. This is probably one of the funner ones on the album. I figured we needed some levity. Is that what that word means? I figured we needed some fun, some worm fun. I was thinking I'd be a little trendy, you know, like, would you love me if I was still a worm? People right now are pretty obsessed with worms online, I found. And to me, this song kind of represents, this is me. I realize it's sort of about me being okay with not being pretty all the time or whatever, which seems pretty obvious. That's just, you know, you're not going to be pretty all the time. Or like, I don't know. Just sometimes, you know, there's a time and a place for getting all dolled up. And sometimes you're just going to be in bed and you're not going to be anyway. It's basically, you know, I think millennials discovered this long ago when they were saying that, oh, meanwhile, me, I'm just a potato, or I'm just a potato. Meanwhile, me, I'm just a potato. All these girls, I'm not like other girls, I'm just like a potato. And I think with me, with this worm song, I'm just singing the same shit. It's like if I was a millennial, this wouldn't be about worms. This would be my song about being a potato, which, read that how you will. You know, that could show how cringy this song is, or that could show how maybe we should lay off of millennials a little bit. Okay, so this is one of the few guitar songs. Pretty dirty guitar stuff. I really like how that sounds. That's one thing you can, like, I got like a whammy bar or whatever it's called. I don't think it's called that. A bar that you push down and then it changes the pitch of the notes. So into that. I especially love when you like mute it or whatever. It sounds like chewing gum or something. Like that is mouth biting down there. What's this? That ties into the gum because it's like I'm beatboxing. Oh damn, this happens sometimes, sorry. The bass gets out of tune, there's like a glitch. But you might be saying, wait, that's not a bass. That's an acoustic guitar. Is that an acoustic guitar? Did I replace it? I swear I had it as an acoustic guitar before. I guess I replaced it at some point. Probably for the best. Yeah. Yeah, so... got that thing, got this. Lined up with the snare, because you know you always gotta layer the snare with something interesting. Shit's big. And then this thing. This is probably the song that I'm like least happy with the mix on. I think it's a little... I don't even know how I would describe it, but I think it does just sort of stick out compared to other songs, but... Sorry, excuse me. But... you know... it's fine. Talk about a dirty guitar. God damn. Okay. So that's like a slap bass, pretty fun, love those. And then with this thing. So what I'm doing there, I'm doing a lot. It's like I'm slowing the arpeggio down, I'm making it like smear more with the portamento, and then I'm also mixing in a Kiro V auto-tune so that it like just kind of crunches it all together and makes it all slimy and melty. Like listen to this. You know, it's like that's not going out pretty. That's going out like a worm. Worms in the dirt, yeah, she crawled out of the ground, convinced that worms had built the sound, but she was bugging all around, cause she was breaking brand new ground. You know? Yeah, so... yeah. That's probably me like spitting into the mic or something. I was getting gross with it on this one. I'm really happy with how these little guitar parts sound. They add so much atmosphere. I love soda. What are you drinking? Which one? I love Coca-Cola. Oh my god. Yarp. What do I say here? So this is the bass. There's more bass layered with it. Yarp. This is a pretty specific synth, I guess. What is this? Yeah, it seems to have like kind of a set of pretty unique harmonics. Like, yeah, I'm just playing one note. It's kind of hard to exactly say what chords it's playing. I don't know. So yeah, classic, layer it with a big ass like super saw, and then there's no bigger sound than that super saw. So I was like, yeah, that's as big as you can go. Sorry, I'm getting tired now. It's late. Yes, that's the worm sound. That's where the worm lives in this song for me. Yerp. More sort of, I guess that's kind of dubstep-y. You know, there's reverse percussion leading into all of these big hits, which is important, I think. Makes them real big. And then, yeah, more of the same stuff. This is... it kind of reminds me of like Here Comes the Sun by the Beatles. What does it sound like raw? Okay, no, I guess this was an acoustic guitar, because I definitely remember that being acoustic guitar. I think it was just like, I've got my older brother's one has like a built-in mic or something, so I guess it gives it an interesting kind of muted timbre. Okay, so then it's just layered. Pretty fun, kind of alternative type of lead. It makes me think a lot of MGMT. Then I love the sound of a little plinky plonk type of thing, paired with a big ass distorted guitar. I think that is a sound that I can never get tired of. That's like the indie sound, as far as I'm concerned. I don't know. And then, so this is layered with the snare as well. And each hit is like a different length, so it adds some, you know, interest. That's just harmonizing the bass. I don't know what I would say. That's adding extra percussive stuff to the guitar, I guess. And then it does that solo-y bit, and then it gets layered with this like choir. Yerp. Okay. Yeah, there's not much more interesting to note on this song. I think I should probably pick up the pace a little if I want to get to bed at a reasonable hour. Only other thing I would say is I sample Emo Girl by Machine Gun Kelly.
She puts the eyeliner on her dark skin. She tells me lies, but she knows all of my secrets.
Yeah, so that's what this is here. I don't like that song at all. I fell in love with an emo girl. It's that one. I just thought it would be funny to like take something disgusting and turn it into something beautiful. That's what the worms are all about. You know, they're doing that. They're eating gross shit and making like delicious tea for the plants. Okay, so what's this part made up of? It's so I got these boings. Okay, and then I got this. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and then these kind of evoke worms wriggling around in the dirt. I feel these like lasery things. Yeah. Okay. Now we are on to... Yeah, I'll break down Paper Gown. This is Mush / Ruin. Is the actual name. And I'm not gonna do the vocals for this one, just because it's a little... it's in a separate project file and they're a little personal. But I will break down the production. Yeah. Massive undersea vibes. Worms under the sea. I feel that like a bunch of worms just crawling around. Yes. Listen to Worm Song, get your friends all over and just get on the floor. That's what you're supposed to do. So that's just that's me singing up high, I guess. So then I pitch it down and add some cool delays to it, and it becomes like cool ambience for the track to sit on. For here, I just like did a little echo the old-fashioned way by just saying a word over and over. This song I started writing I was in bed and I was gonna go to sleep, and then I did just get like a sudden burst of inspiration to start producing a new song. And it was pretty late into the life of the album. This was one of the last ones I made. And yeah, it came out okay. This is maybe one of my most self-destructive songs. I wrote it in a pretty bad place, and I don't know how I feel about self-destructive lyrics like these. On one hand, you know, people relate to them, but on another hand, I don't know how healthy it is to be listening to. I don't know. It's a complicated issue, and everyone's different. But the production goes off. Yeah, so what do we got going on? We got... That's the star of the show. But underneath that star is we got the nebula of the show. No, that's the drums. That's more like the trees and the yeah, this happy ass bass line. And then yeah, those kind of just add to a bit of the ghostly vibe that I wanted this song to have. Then some drums layered with the 707 and some squishy footsteps, some effects. Yeah. Yep. Okay. Look up at the moon. Silent. You said this is what I always do. Yeah, so this is just kind of Super Mario 64-esque do, but it's just a fuck ton of them. Like, and it's playing like a chord of sorts, a G major chord, a big ass arpeggio. Very level-headed take. Sometimes I feel it helps me to listen to those sorts of self-destructive songs, just like it feels less alone, but other times I'm certainly just wallowing. Yeah, exactly. And yeah, I don't know, I just find that I have a lot of negative self-speak in my head, and a lot of the time it's like phrases that I've heard and picked up from places. And yeah, I just don't know, like it's kind of funny with this one, because by the time I was recording the vocals for the song, I had kind of worked through all the stuff that it's about, and I was feeling okay and feeling a lot better, but it's like I didn't want to change the song. So I don't know, I haven't heard many people talk about Mush and Ruin, though. I think for most people it's a skip, so it doesn't even matter. So That's actually from like a Ben Levin sample pack that came with his songwriting course. If you don't know anything about Ben Levin, that's someone to look into. He's so fucking cool. But yeah, I got these cute little bathtub kicks that I made. I'm really happy with how this one sounds. It really sounds like alive and evolving and twisting and turning like a plant. Especially like this shit, like that's beautiful. What is CSH? But I do agree that it depends on the sound or whatever. Oh yeah. Something is wrong here. What is this? So yeah, there's more of this. Such a pretty sound, right? Like, is that not lovely? I did that with a granulator. I would show I'd show you the whole thing, but like of how to make a sound like this, but I'd rather save that for another day where I have more energy and there are more people. Cool. So yeah, just a lot of ear candy, pretty much. This is another one. Wait, why was it tonal there? I'm so happy with like how many high-pitched sounds I could get in here and have it be all sparkly and cool. Yes. Yeah, so to keep a little energy going, I figured I'll continue with the slime. Don't worry, there are still a couple cool songs left. The main thing is just that I'm crazy tired now, because it's pretty late, it's like midnight. But I hope I can bring enough energy, Bike, for you. You're really cool. Everyone should check out Bike's stuff. It's like criminally underviewed. But yeah, this is like kind of like a dog lapping up water, I guess. I just have it, I think it's like a picking from like random, it's just a granular synth picking like random chunks of slimy ambience that I made. Boom, slime. All the slime you could ever need. Yeah, drums. Not much going on here other than that slime. Yeah, then there's this little kind of helps back up the vocal melody. Yeah. Yeah, I guess this track is pretty straightforward production-wise. A lot of the instruments is like what you hear is what you get, and then it's just a fuck ton of ear candy. I like that I can never tell where your music is going. Yeah, that's one thing that I really wanted to keep in mind with this project is irregular song structures. Like not knowing where it would go, because I feel like in pop music we're pretty limited, where pop music, so much of it is about the song structure to people, but I think it's so limiting or whatever. Like if you think about something like a movie score, the like structure for that, or like a classical piece of music, the structure is so much more free than a pop song or whatever. And I mean, obviously, like it's got to be satisfying or whatever, but I feel like you can still have a satisfying structure without it being like verse chorus bridge chorus or whatever, like the standard thing. And I also, I hate to factor in this stuff because it's so lame and it's like, oh, everyone's talking about it, but like, when AI music gets big, pop is gonna be the first genre to get eaten up by that, and I want to still have my stuff work as pop music, but like, stand out from that. So I really tried to turn up the human on this one and leave out the auto-tune and be weird with auto-tune, like have it on certain bits, but not necessarily like have it fix the tuning. And yeah, weird song structure is also a massive part of that. I think Aloe Vera really pulls it off, having the weird structure on that one. Like it's really satisfying. To me, at least. I don't know if I do say so myself. I love how you use gloop and slime. It makes the synths feel so tactile in a really interesting way. Thank you. That's exactly what I am going for. I was talking about that earlier, where I want the synths to feel tactile and physical, because so often they can feel pretty impersonal. And things can get impersonal real quick when you're working with a lot of MIDI like me. Well put. It's something I honestly struggling with, loving all the human in your music. Yeah, you gotta put the human in there, especially when you're working in the DAW and don't play any instruments. Like, you gotta find a way to balance it out. And for me, it's like I just so happen to not be a great singer, so it works out. This bass is pretty fun. Yes. I love a bit of harmony in the bass. People say don't do that. People say don't do that, but you can. And it sounds good. Yeah, the transition is pretty... I should mention that actually. So yeah, at this point it modulates up a whole step, which is just how you say there's a key change. It goes from, I think, C major to D major or something like that. Yeah. Lots of reverse percussion, that's important too. Hell yeah, weird structure is great without flipping the normal structure on its head. Yeah, exactly. The vocal effects are very cool, very Sophie. Thank you, I love Sophie. I think, yeah, I pull from her a lot, especially on here, because she was so tapped into the goop and all the, yeah, I'm like eternally so inspired by her. Yeah. I honestly think your singing voice is amazing and relatable. Thank you. That's really nice. Thank you. Relatable. This is music like walking down the street feeling really confident in yourself. Like, yeah, I'm the man. These saxophones I just got off of Free Sound. Just someone noodling. That gesture looked pretty. That was supposed to be a saxophone. Yeah, exactly, jazzy. We're all about the jazz. I don't know how this came out of me. This isn't the direction I'd usually take things, but it happened. Fuck job. I can't get away. You're up. You said I don't want to stay away. Yeah. I got these binaural nighttime ambience crickets. What did I do to these? They've got a bin scrambler. I gotta explore this more. It kind of adds like a voweliness to them that it's like there's a slight, yeah. Yeah, so this is where the source is, I think. It's just like, what is this? So it's, I think it's just like a collection of like granular, random pitchy things or whatever, just like random noises, and then I'm playing it all over like but if you play it rhythmically, it kind of can form its own melody or whatever, like that kind of sounds like nothing by itself, but then when you bring it to all the other stuff, it like becomes some sort of tonal, percussive, like it's I don't know what you would classify this as, but I really like it. Yeah, it's kind of like, this is what like a bunch of like newborn like hairless mice would play or something. It kind of gives off that vibe. I don't know. And then this, I'm pretty stoked about this, TBH. This is like whales that I just added at the end. But it comes together at this point where it fucking sings. That's such a beautiful sound. Thanks for coming out, Phoenix James. But yeah, I put a bit of auto-tune on the whale singing and some echoes and stuff, and it made it pretty important to the track, in my opinion. It also helps sort of ground it in a space, because I feel like this track is less grounded than the other ones, like in a physical space. This one kind of makes it like, okay, maybe it's by the beach or something. I don't know. Okay, we got two more. Two more. And then I get to go to bed. I got a date with my pillow. Just like not doing anything crazy, just lying on her. The pillow. This one's gonna take a sec to load because it's a big ass track. This was one that I started really early and I've been chipping away at it forever. It really goes all over the place. This is ecotone, and this really feels like the sort of like Locust world. Like, it's not the single, it's like the mission statement. I don't know what it would be. This track I made to really encapsulate the Locust world, I guess. I don't know. I mean, it's also about Petscop. So what a life. That is loud.
What did you create? I never get to code this without your help. Bell. Hidden in the words that we talk about. And it wasn't bad anyway.
Okay, so I wanted to sound really fucking pathetic and washed up here. And I think I pulled it off.
What did you create?
Yeah. I got a ton of soothe on here, which makes it kind of lispy and weird. It's a pretty unique effect.
What did you create?
And then the Kira V is like really slow or whatever. Like, yeah, wait, where is that?
Bell. Bell.
Oh, like Jesus, she's sad, but it's in reference. What did you create? I never could decode this without your help, Belle. That's like Petscop or whatever. That's, you know, it's all about that. It's an ARG or whatever. The line hidden in the words that we talk about. It's like how complicated this story is. It's like it's hidden in words. And it's not even like, that's not the end of it. It's the words that they're talking about that it's hidden in. So there's a whole bunch of layers there. I don't know. I'm pretty into Petscop. It's pretty fun. Nexpo has some cute videos on it, some good videos. And then yeah, no, it is pretty interesting. I just love like a lot about it. I don't know. I didn't come up with any of the theories myself. I do just what Nexpo's videos are probably the best you're gonna get on it. I gotta rewatch them. Those are some of my favorite videos ever. So what's funny about this song is I actually took the chord progression from Super Mario Bros. Wonder for the Nintendo Switch. So it's like it's nerdy shit on top of nerdy shit. Like, oh, the Mario theme, Petscop. Like, I'm showing my true colors for being just a fucking embarrassing person. So yeah, that lines up with these synths. These are the hellos and highs from Balloon Boy from FNAF. I don't know much about FNAF, but I really like how these sound, so I just put them in, and it went with the sort of horror on the internet theme, Petscop and whatnot. And then, yeah, the structure of this song I think is crazy. It's really all over the place, in a way that I'm proud of.
speed.
yeah, you moved in and you thought you could scare me. That's like a ghost. Your movement on a USB. That's like in Petscop. The player's movement is all recorded or something. There's this whole thing where, yeah. How can I explain it all in 7 days? Easy way, breaking in, change your name. There are characters who change their name in Petscop, but it's also like, I'm gay as fuck, I changed my name. All my friends changed our names. So, yeah, that's a pretty evocative line. I don't know, it's like there's something pretty... It's a big thing to change your name. I was calling names out all the time, write it out, turn it down so you know what it's all about. Yeah, pretty self-explanatory. What it's all about now. I'm out. Yeah. So, this is just an Umru. Umru 808. Pretty fun and got some cool harmonics. It sounds very squelchy and frog-like. I feel like this song is very swampy, set in the swamp.
You moved in, and you thought you could scare me.
Yes, there's the 808. There's like a second sort of bass wah 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 type thing. And then there's this thing, which all together they make for a pretty unique harmonic world. I don't know, I think I'm pretty happy with how this part sounds. But yeah, there's slime and lasers flying all around. And then yeah, it's a party, it's a dance party. That's why would I be in a car? That's Petscop. Sample Paul says that. Yeah, it's a party. I'm pretty happy with how it like sort of went into this big ass dubstep dancey thing, but still retained elements from the orchestral vibe at the beginning with the pan flute and the same chord progression and everything. That was something that I wanted to pull that off, and I did. And then, you know, it progresses from something more dubstep-y, like, with all these dubstep things. They're all just presets, I didn't sound design those. And it kind of pretty seamlessly, without you taking much notice, I don't think, it goes from something more based on the dubstep sound design stuff to something that's just more melodic and simpler. You know, you got this nice big bass that's... yeah. Goose is scratching at the mirror again. I'm so tired, y'all. What is even? Don't meow. Is it a party, Goose? That boy ain't right. Goose is a lot like Bobby Hill. Yeah. I thought this kind of came out a bit like Charlie XCX sounding. I don't know. Which I think is cool. I don't listen to her a ton, but I respect her. So that's like the first part of the song done or whatever. Or I don't know, I think it goes through a lot of different worlds. Okay, so yeah, quiet moment, edge of the woods, ecotone is like the edge of the woods where like the trees meet, just a clearing or whatever. I imagine that it's by a river. So pretty cool. Kicks. Yerp. I think these the little ding 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 ding, those were very inspired by like early underscore stuff or like really sparse beats. Yeah, these are just this is just some sort of sample that I guess I put in there to add a bit of like windy harmonic content. It makes it feel a little ghostly, which goes with the horror theme.
Stars are shining down, I don't wanna say what I saw behind you.
Yes, exactly, clean. Yeah. Like exactly that.
What I saw behind you. You were so special too.
Yeah. And then it goes into the sound fonty, sort of jazzy stuff. And what's playing under here is Conan Moccasin, I Nude You, which is a song I really like. And I wanted to pay it tribute by putting it in here. So it's... So yeah, that plays into the whole love and fear duality. A lot of these don't have any auto-tune, which I'm really proud of how big this sounds. I think it sounds so big because of the fact that there's no auto-tune on a lot of these vocals. Like a lot of, like the main ones too.
Meet me at the edge, back where the fire was.
Sounds pretty pathetic when it's in a big cave like that, but... So yeah, 17, Scared of Fate. That was just like... I was 17 when I wrote this album, most of it. And... Scared of Fate. I'm not a particularly God-fearing person, I guess. I pretty agnostic or whatever. I was raised like with my family atheist. Went to a lot of Christian schools though, but the Scared of Fate bar is more about like my body or whatever. I wasn't on hormones yet. And I sort of just could see how things were changing, and that was stressful. And it's just like, I thought the fact that I was 17 and I was already this scared is, I guess it's evocative, I don't know. And then I'm so grateful that you lied even at the time. I don't even know what that's about. That's some corny ass emo shit. Like that, there's nothing there. No one's really lied to me like that in a way that I'm grateful about even at the time. Just saying some fucking emo shit, I'll be honest. And then emo is good. Yeah, Krem, do you want to hear my emo?
wanna take you out, I wanna fuck it up. Terrified of you. You were so special. 17.
Oh damn, you've been here. Thank you. Yeah, so internet, and I never even knew it. Internet the entire time I grew up. That's a theme I could have tackled better on this, like the whole, you know, I think a lot of people our age are coming to terms with what it's meant to be online from early age, unrestricted. Like I think, you know, it's been talked about and it will be continue to be talked about. And I didn't really add much to it. And you know, like the most I was talking about on the song was like Petscop or whatever, where it's like that's just art. It's just a horror show. Like I don't know. I think sometimes I get too ambitious trying to cram too many ideas into one song when I could just be really fleshing out one thing. Cute, Cram. That's so sweet. Yeah, no, I'm real tired, but I'm glad that I've lasted this long. It was the coffee. I'm caffeinated and vaccinated. And this has been like my dream. I've been wanting to do a production breakdown for a while. So I'm really grateful to sort of get this first step with a pretty small crowd, because, you know, it would be scary to do this in front of a massive crowd, because it's like I know I'm not giving the best tips. I'm sorry. Sometimes words just rhyme well and go with the vibes of the song. Yeah, that's completely valid. I guess I value lyrics pretty highly, but I will be honest when I am just saying bullshit. I don't want to try and pretend I'm not. I don't know. This is... Hi, Rolo. What's up? So... yeah, this is I Need You by Conan Moccasin. It sounds a lot like he's saying I need you at this point, which you know, classic just emotionally pained bar there. You know, so I thought that was pretty emotional to put before this big ass drop that's coming. Yeah, so it's, you know, famous meme. Guys, can you tell I'm really tired? Yeah. Originally it was what the fuck? Yeah, what the fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck? Okay, so what can I say about this? So those watery sounds, I designed them myself. I was just getting into dubstep and I think they're pretty mid. But it's just like Ellie made a snare. Oh no, I made these. I don't know, it's nothing crazy. Just kind of, I mean, it's very crazy. I think it's almost too crazy. It's kind of hard to dance to this. My friend Nino said the song just kind of devolves into water sounds, which is a pretty fair critique or whatever, or not even a critique. Like, I'm pretty fine with a song devolving into water sounds. Yeah. What's this? Yeah, not much crazy, just kind of chopping off the what the fuck boom sound. I got a frequency shifter on it so that it like kind of goes up in pitch. Pretty subtle, but I could have, that sounds pretty cool to have it go like that. I could have played into it more. It's kind of like Joker beatbox. It's like laughing. Anyway. I'm gonna put this over my COD highlights. Yeah, that's what I was going for. I'm kind of like appropriating the dubstep shit because I wasn't socialized a dubstepper. I've had to like transition into it. So excuse me if I don't fully pass as a dubstepper yet. I'm learning. But this played more into the dubstep-y kind of thing, because it's Clarity by Zed. Fuck Zed. But it's a fire song. You'll be like Dead Mouse. Yeah, exactly. That's not how you spell it. It's a little different, but yeah. I mean, it's fine. Yeah, this is Clarity by Zed. And someone else, Why You My Clarity, little homage, because me and my girlfriend loved that song. We had a little happy hardcore phase.
I don't wanna change a thing about it anyway.
My singing here, very inspired by Ben Levin, kind of nasally.
I don't wanna change a thing about it anyway. Don't be sorry I said what I wanna say. Living in the background, staring at you every night. It's a lot of different times, sitting in a different world, but you just dropped out. Fell down.
I'm pretty happy with this because I think it's a pretty unique setup of sounds, like to have these dubstep parts, and then these like really raw vocals over it. I don't know, and then it's got like a piano coming in, like.
Living in the background, staring at you every night. It's a lot of different times, sitting in a different world, but you just dropped out.
You know, pretty fire. I think it's got a thing going on. Yeah, I don't want to change a thing about it anyway. Don't be sorry I said what I want to say. That's some classic regret, like no regrets type of shit. I'm very much like that. Regrets are not that helpful. I try not to be regretful, but we all know about that. That's nothing crazy. And then Hidden in the Background, that's sort of a reference to earlier on in the album where I say, I think it's on the third track where I say something about something, put it in the background. Are you crazy on a moonlight walk? So that's a reference to that, the whole composition thing going on in that song. And then Staring at You Open-Eyed, I think, I would say that's a reference to Wide-Eyed, my song Wide-Eyed, from Roller Coaster Starbeam.
Background, staring at you every night. It's a lot of different times, sitting in a different world, but you just dropped out. Fell down.
Yeah, Further Down. That was a line in another song. Just a lot of that's one thing you can do if you want to make an album cohesive. Just repeat shit, especially if it's in like the last song, which it's kind of complicated. This and the song after it, they're both kind of the last song. This is like the last song on Locust World, and then the one after this, it's like you're leaving, you're in the train home or something. Yeah, this is more of the Into My Arms song that was sampled at the beginning of the first track. You know, we're really wrapping shit up here. Like, me and you. And then the track from here kind of melts down into water. You know, I tried to sort of, what's a way to treat this kind of like happy hardcore kind of thing in a way that people haven't really done before, or people have definitely done stuff like this, but like just I didn't want to think about it as a happy hardcore drop. I wanted it to sound like that sonically, but serve a different purpose structurally, I guess. Which is a pretty easy way of having fun. Yeah, okay, on to the last song. I mean, look, that's barely even I don't know what you would call that. Every time I bring up a genre, it's never that. Thank you for saying it's peak, Rolo. It's so crazy that you're here. Big fan. You're so great for always tuning in. I really appreciate it. Thank you for loving that so much, Parzival. Yeah, heart. No, there's a fucking mosquito in here. I hope those bitches do not keep me up. Damn. You guys seeing this? Okay. Leaving Lolo Locust World. He looks so tired. Yeah, no, I definitely will. Sorry, I didn't. Yeah, I definitely will get rest. I'm gonna take a nice quick shower to get this makeup off my mug, and then, yeah, I'm gonna rest. Oh, I'm gonna rest. Okay. Disembarking from the Locust World. So it's maybe a little cliche, maybe a little cringe, but I wanted a little like train announcer because part of the theme, not a theme, a concept I was interested in exploring with this is like dance music that's not made for the dance floor, but made for headphones. Kind of taking something that's supposed to be super social and turning it into a kind of lonely thing. And I was thinking, like, you know, listening to dance music on the train and having all that like train ambience around you. I just went to England recently, so I was thinking about that. We don't really have trains here. I mean, we do, but I don't ride them. They're not like English trains. Public transport in Cape Town's pretty ass. But yeah, this is just a little 808 drum kit. Yeah, so add a little bit of delay and stuff to give it some texture, turn the drums into not just drums but texture. And then if you change the like speed of the delay, that's when you get the water. The wow, you know. Wow. Yeah. Okay, so
Disembarking from the low Locust World. Please make.
So on these vocals, I used the same phlegmy technique again, where it's just a vibrato with the noise, and then the depth really low, and the speed really low, so that it's just warbling the pitch ever so slightly and like randomly. And then it kind of sounds like there's like a layer of water that they're speaking through or something.
Disembarking from the low Locust World. Please make sure your luggage is stowed safely. I will see you soon.
So up until this point, the vibe is kind of uncertain. I feel like it's a pretty uncertain vibe here. It's like, what is all this? It's kind of stop and start. But from there, you'll know pretty soon that it's party time. So yeah, nothing too, like, nothing. I guess it's like kind of pretty simple elements. You can see there's not much going on. Yeah, the wow wow. What? So that's just a super solo. I just kind of wrote those chords out. And then, yeah, that's a lead. And a kick that I just lined up with the bass. Feels pretty big, and that's all you need. I was listening to a lot of Umru, like DJ sets or whatever. I mean, you can see I fucking loaded this shit up with Umru drums. This was like the first song that I made for the album, actually, ironically. I made this a while ago for like a DJ set that my girlfriend and I were doing for our friend Nino's party. But yeah, it's got the MN break, and I just use like just like an actual recording off YouTube. I don't have like a dedicated chopped up version. It's got like a noise gate on it, which I like. It kind of just makes it a little more choppy, I guess. I don't have transient shapers. Those would probably do I wouldn't say that they'd do something else, something similar. Yeah, people would usually use those though for that kind of thing. This I'm pretty fond of. It's like a saxophone being tongued, and it's got a ton of harmonics, which I really like. Like, that's crazy that a sax just sounds like that. So I added some sort of harmony to it. And then a flanger, which makes it metallic, which helps it fit in with the sonic identity of the rest of the track. I feel like this is a pretty cold metallic track. And then I add this balance to make it pump. That's just an Umru snare. That's the bass. Pretty aggressive. That's the amen break. And that's the synth. That's also very Owl City, I feel. Fun vibes. Yeah, a couple bubbles in there to keep it in the bubble world. We've known from bubbles on this project. They will continue to be in there. This is, it's actually it's a click. It's Uffy, that person I was talking about earlier. She has a really funny song called Drugs. And it goes, the drugs don't know you like I do. Maybe it's a little fucked up to make fun of that. It's just a bit of a cheesy pop song. But yeah, I took it from there. Yeah, so this is from earlier on. I just exported it to be a sound. Guys, I'm so tired. And then this is actually Laura Les and Pedal Supply that I just sampled. Crazy underrated song, by the way, like, because they haven't put this shit out on streaming, but it's like one of the best songs Laura Les and Pedal Supply have done, like, in either of their catalog. Like, listen to this shit. Yeah, my own bass started coming in there, but it actually sounded pretty fucking good. Yeah, Kiss Goodnight. Check out their Vampalooza set. All of those like COVID URL Fest sets are so fire. That's where all the best music was made. And then sampling more, because I'm just a fucking kleptomaniac. This is what's her name? Frankie Cosmos. Fool. And so it's like it was getting pretty grating. Like I liked the rhythm of it, but it was getting pretty grating. So if that ever happens, you can just automate some sort of value to like go up, and it instantly, or it gradually solves that issue, because it's like, oh, it was pretty up close and grating, but now it's all the way out here, like, and it falls away to become a background element because there's a synth that mimics its rhythm but plays like another melody on top. So it like by the time you don't even really notice it, but it's like by the time this synth starts to play its second version of the melody, these guys are so far in the background that you're all on the synth, baby, but you still get the lovely lush blanket pillow that these vocals provide. It's like there's a harmony there, kind of, I guess you would call it. Yeah, I would really recommend sampling or whatever. Don't be afraid to sample. It's perfectly fine to do. And it means that you get to work in really fun, creative ways like this. Like, I don't think I would have came up with this melody like this if I hadn't been basing it off of chopping up a sample. Just finding different changes in workflow is really important for coming up with new ideas. Even if it seems pretty trivial, like any change in workflow will result in different results. So just play around is the main thing. So yeah, that was pretty, yeah. What is this? Oh, I guess this is to try and add more thump to the kick. That's probably some other kick that I distorted a ton, and then I just removed all the low end to just get the crispy highs. I don't think it works quite as well as on Wipeout, where I did the same technique, but kill me, just kill me, I guess. I don't know what you want me to say. Yeah, pretty cool. Yeah, there's a lot going on in this section. It's kind of like evocative of like wind blowing all around your head and like getting your hair in your hat or something. Like shit, all around me wind,
Oh wow.
And then everything's super stereo here, and then we're pretty stuck in the mono, which is a relief. Which mono is just like the middle.
Oh wow.
I mean, it's still got stereo presence, but yeah.
Oh wow. Further down, I'm in the locust world today. We're connected in some way.
Yeah, so, oh wow, further down. You know, I say further down on the album a couple times. It's a repeating phrase I got. I'm in the locust world today. I don't know, kind of feels like throwing the listener a bone, like mentioning the locust world within lyrics. Maybe it's throwing me a bone, maybe it's indulging. Yeah. We're connected in some way. Cheesy but true. And then here I accidentally fucking say Tua, which wasn't a thing when I recorded this. Huck Tua. But now it is something that I gotta worry about. No one's mentioned that, thank God. No one said, oh, you say Tua. I guess without the Huck, it's fine. But yeah. This is Shakira. She featured on this song. I sent her the beat and she said, yeah, I'll sing over that.
Afraid of you, that's a secret. Think you can keep it, 'cause you lost through someone in the deep end.
And yeah, this flow and vocal performance isn't anything particularly strong to end on. As far as I'm concerned, I feel like we ended on the previous track, and this one is, I don't know what it is. It's just moving away from the Locust world. You're on the train now. It's the next song. It's like a bonus track kinda. It's a epilogue maybe. I don't know. But yeah, afraid of you, that's a secret. Think you can keep it, 'cause you're thrust through swimming in the deep end. I guess thrust through swimming in the deep end, that's like me. I'm growing up. I'm 18 now, so you know, shit starts going pretty fast, I've heard. Gonna be swimming in the deep end soon. And then I'm afraid of you, that's a secret. That's just like, you know, the whole fear and love thing. Cool. Yeah, and then I'm kind of sad about how pessimistically the album ends. I mean, I don't know how much of it reads as pessimism and how much of it reads as just like nonsense, but yeah, so ahaha and you fall, open up to another world. That's, you know, Locust world, falling down, further down, fall, you know. another dream, you saw the leaves. That ties into the nature imagery and of Locust World. Another dream, it's dreamlike, it's surreal. See through the screens, they put them there, put them there, put them there. I guess that's like social norms and stuff. Just kind of barriers that were put up where they didn't need to be. That could be referred to in a lot of things. Just they put them there, put them there, put them there. Limited. It's like limited because, we could do less now after they were put up. The screens. You never know, you're out of time. A moment ago in my eye. Yeah, I guess something to do with death. Pretty boring. You never know, you're out of time. And then a moment ago in my eye. Yeah, that's just like shit's going fast. It's like I thought it was a moment ago, but maybe it wasn't. And then...
Once this is all over, once tides have calmed and branches slowed, done in by the pressure of constantly having to sway, they will continue to move, but with a newfound sort of subtlety.
Yeah. Okay, that's pretty much it. This up here, it's made of... I just had like a collection of delays on the master track and I clicked around and sort of just collected random noises. Like some of it gets really strange. There's a lot of layers here that's just kind of going on. Like so there's like a reversed reverb on the vocals to make them more ghostly. That's like a classic effect. They do that in Bill and Ted when they go to the ghost world. It's a sort of a classic unnerving effect because there's no way for it to possibly happen in the real world. Because for that to happen, the room would have to predict what you say because it would have to reverberate what you're saying before you say it. And I don't want to believe that we could ever get to that point where rooms know that much. Yeah, so kind of unnerving, strange vocal delivery. I wanted it to kind of sound... The scratch vocals, I think, were actually reversed vocals. And you fall. That's a different one. Yeah. Oh my God. Yeah, that's not reversed or anything. That's just fucked up and weird. That's just weird. Yeah. Okay. Guess that's it. Any questions? Is there anything else I wanted to show off? Yeah. Thank you guys so much for coming out. Gosh. I'm so flattered that, like, Spiffy, Timmy, and Parzival, you guys stayed here. You were here the whole time, pretty much. I really appreciate it. Yeah, closing FL Studio. Getting some good sleep. Yeah, I guess that's it. If there are no questions, peace. Bye, Rolo. Thank you so much for coming out. Thank you, Spiffy Timmy. Those are really sweet words. I appreciate it. Okay. Ending this stream.